You better be listening to Sleazoids or I must break you.
I can feel you pulling things around in there.
It's a brand new organ. Never before seen. We both heard that the body was empty.
Did you know that the very first assembly of photographs to create a motion picture was a 2-second clip of a black man on a horse? And that man is my great-great-grandfather.
Great.
There's another great-grandfather. Father!
Remember, for whom you shed your last teardrop. I can feel now.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Sleazoids, the podcast where we go down the rabbit hole of 20th century genre fare, from the most influential canon classics to the trashiest exploitation films we can get our hands on, and invite you to tag along in helping us create a canon of sleaze. Each week is a double feature Grindhouse style where we discuss two films loosely related by subject, genre, actor, filmmaker, or franchise, and at the end of each episode, along with our honorary Sleazoids, which you can become by subscribing on Patreon.
Don't think that we've technically announced next week's episode and the start to an adventure, but best believe that there is going to be a lot of split kicks, and it's going to be pretty kick-ass. So
we will be announcing that at the end of this episode, I think,
Yes.
but I'm very excited to announce. But yes, we decide on all the official ratings and rankings for every film that we cover. Patreon subscribers also get an honor shout out and 2 bonus episodes every single month, which we are coming up on the 5th anniversary of the show. So there are 120, 130 plus bonus episodes, as well as our bonus transmission series, which there's like 30 or 40 of, where we cover new release genre films. So if you haven't made the jump yet, patreon.com/Sleazoids podcast, I'd recommend doing that. And we have some people to give their shout-outs this week. We have Yusuf Liepert, who actually signed up for an entire year of the show.
Awesome.
Paid $5 a month in advance for 12 months. So thanks so much to him. And then you can do that. You get a little bit of a discount off the monthly rate. We also had Neither sign up. We had Doc Onehouse, who also actually signed up at the annual rate. Lots of people signing up for the annual rate. It's a good deal.
That's great.
We had Bacon Wheats sign up. HHGY. Sorry, I'm not going to try that one. Christopher F. Sennett, who signed up actually at the $10 a month and is going to be joining us for the monthly virtual screening, which we're going to be doing most times on the last Thursday of any given month. So thanks so much to Christopher. We had Eric sign up. We had Edward Bowman. We had Joe. We had Max Spruth. We had Douglas Scoop Reinhardt. We had Meshach. We had CAB Valentine, CJack 47, Riley White, and last but not least, Brandon Estevez, who signed up for a year of the show as well. So thanks so much to all of you folks. Hope you are enjoying those bonus episodes, and thanks for having the confidence to stick around with us for an entire year. You don't know what we're going to be covering.
Yeah.
But you trust us, and I like that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very much appreciated.
But that is the one plug for the week. The other plug, as always, is Apple Podcasts and Spotify. If you are listening on either one of those platforms, and I see the stats, I see you right now listening on both of those platforms, give us a good old rating and review over there. It helps us climb the ranks and find new listeners, and we get some reviews sometimes that say that's how people find the show. So it helps us a lot. And if you can't sign up for the Patreon, that's a good way to help us out. So thanks so much for doing that.
Yes.
And the very last plug, as always, is merch. If you like the poster art that based out of Toronto horror artist Trevor Henderson did for the show, you can get that put on basically anything that you can think of. A shirt, a pen, a notebook, a hoodie, a pillow, just a poster for your dorm or your apartment or your house, whatever you're living in. You can.
Cool.
You guys have bought every single one of those things has been purchased from us, and that is available in a link in the description, as well as over at sleazoidspodcast.com. But that is it for the intro. Welcome back to another week. As always, I am your host, Josh Lewis, and joining me also, as always, is my co-host,
Jamie Miller. Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome. And now, usually, I will say, this is the part where we would start talking about our guests and start talking about our double feature. But as you can tell by the title of this episode, and anyone who's been listening to the show for the last couple of years, you will know that this is a very special episode. This is we stop talking about all the good oldies, and we start talking about some of the good new movies that that come out, because believe it or not, they come out every so often.
Yes, and we watch like all of them.
Too many of them. We need to slow down. Jamie especially has been going really hard this year trying to find every 3-star classic genre film under the sun. He was lifting rocks up. I did
find them. Yeah, all of them.
So yeah, that's why this episode is going to be a little bit different, and I will sort of explain it for anyone who is a new listener. We do pick up new listeners every year, and this episode is frequently each year one of the most listened to episodes of the year. We get a lot of people who just are curious about what the best genre movies are that come here, and I can't blame them. So welcome all old and new listeners. I should mention briefly before we get started that for any new listeners, that the last 2 weeks of episodes were a lot of fun. We over on the main feed, we got into the festive season with special guest Meg Shields, where we talked about some very depressing winter westerns. We talked Track of the Cat from 1954, directed by William A. Wellman and starring Robert Mitchum, which is a very Sirkian melodrama turned to a survivalist western where Robert Mitchum might be being hunted by a Black Panther.
Yeah, and a great red coat too.
Great red coat,
totally,
and we paired that with Cutthroats 9 from 1972, a Spanish western that might as well have been an Italian horror film as much as a winter western. Full-on gore effects, horrible people burning alive and just being murdered horribly.
Totally nihilistic. Yeah, it's great. A great movie for the holidays. You should check it out.
Yeah, so if you want to get into the festive season and you haven't yet, go back. That was 2 weeks ago. And then last week, for the actual holidays, we gave everyone over on the Patreon a lesson in how to stay safe over the holiday season this year. Maybe you're going back to your families. Maybe you got a crazy uncle who is into Satan and carries a pocket knife around. And if that's the case, last week's Patreon episode would have helped you out a lot with that, man. We talked Surviving Edge Weapons from 1988, which was like an educational video designed to help police officers in Milwaukee deal with a
fear into their community.
Yes, ostensibly it's supposed to tell them how to disarm knife criminals who are trying to kill them, but essentially it was directed like an exploitation horror action film where every single person they come across is a ninja, and every single object that person holds in their hand is a weapon that could be used to cut their throats or disembowel them. One of the most unhinged like instructional videos I've ever seen, and it's awesome.
Yeah, I loved it very much.
And then we paired that with Exposing the Satanic Web from 1990, which was a little bit less sort of formally inventive. It wasn't as much directed as Surviving Edged Weapons was. Like, the guy who directed that clearly wanted to be like a Death Wish director.
Yeah.
Exposing the Satanic Web is a little bit more sort of traditional daytime Christian propaganda talk show kind of stuff, but it has some fun elements to discuss about the satanic panic around kids having tattoos and like going to metal
listening
shows.
To metal, yeah, it's got just a bunch of middle-aged Christian moms and dads doing a bunch of crazy propaganda about Satanism. So it's got its moments, but for the most part, it's just like talking heads, and it can be a little dull here and there, especially compared to Surviving Edged Weapons.
Yeah. So if you haven't been listening up to the show recently, winter westerns and instructional video exploitation has been the subject of our festive season so far. Go back and check them out. But as always, when a year comes to an end, and it is New Year's, so Happy New Year to everyone who's going to be celebrating, whether you're listening on, today, you're listening tomorrow, you're listening a week from now. It is a brand new year, and as always, Jamie and I have to celebrate by counting down our top 10 favorite genre films that came out over the course of the last 12 months. And as always, there are a lot of honorable mentions to talk about as well. Yes. I think we're going to be trying to chill out a little bit this year on the honorable mentions, because I love the segment because usually it's the part where we get to throw in like the weird stuff that maybe wasn't like the best movie we saw, but like people didn't check out, and it was better than still like a lot of major studio releases. So like it's a section I really love doing, but we did do it for like an hour and 20 minutes of the episode last year. So I think we're going to intentionally try to, like, you know, not exhaust ourselves by the time we hit the number 10 slot.
Try our best.
And some things to note up front for anyone who is like, hey, I really liked hearing them talk about that film, but they only talked about it for like 3 minutes. What the hell was that about? Yeah. We also do, as I mentioned, a bonus transmission series over on the Patreon, where approximately about once a month, sometimes more than that. We had 1 month this year where we dropped 3 bonus transmissions. It happens sometimes, where we actually do go in more in depth, and we do like at least 15 minutes, sometimes an hour long discussions on some of the new releases. So for anyone who's a patron, a lot of these titles are going to be familiar to you because a lot of them are stuff that we've covered as we went out through the year and we were excited to talk about. Although I will say there are a couple surprises. There's definitely a couple things on here on the list today that we didn't cover on the bonus transmission that I'm excited to talk about. Mm-hmm. But for anyone who is just listening for the first time and is like, hey, I really would have loved to hear them talk more about that, go to the Patreon, check out the title, search it up. It's very likely we talked for longer about it just because, you know, we don't have the time to, you know, do half-hour discussions on everything we're going to be talking about today, unfortunately, even if we want to, even if we love the movies that much. So that's worth keeping in mind. And also worth keeping in mind that Jamie and I, we watch so much stuff throughout the year, and this is a spoiler heavy show typically. We do try on this episode because we know that so many people are going to be hearing about, especially some of the honorable mentions for the first time. We typically try to avoid spoilers on this segment, but Jamie and I are so used to doing it on the main show and doing it on the bonus transmissions that every once in a while it's possible something leaks out. So just upfront warning, you know, we are going to do our best to avoid spoilers on everything that we talk about today. There are also just some movies that, you know, you can't really get into why you love them without getting into a little bit more detail about them. But regardless, we are, you know, we're not going to be trying to give away endings or give away, you know, major character deaths, hopefully, and, you know, stuff like that. So Is that it, Jamie? Is that it? Did they need anything else? Is there any other information?
Yeah.
Oh, and I guess I should explain for anyone who is legitimately discovering the show for the first time, the way that it's going to work is Jamie and I are going to start by going back and forth, each listing out honorable mentions as like one big segment. And we're just going to, you know, start naming the stuff that we thought was maybe a little underrated or maybe a little underseen, but, you know, wasn't top 10 worthy. And then from there, we're going to break each top 10 into its own segment. You know, I'll do my 10, Jamie will do his 10, and we'll go back and forth like that all the way down the entire list, just in case there's anyone out there who doesn't know how it works. But I'm hoping that a lot of people have been listening to the show for a few years now. I think this is our 5th time doing it, right? I think.
Yeah.
Or 4th time? I can't remember.
I think it's our 5th.
Math.
I'd have to look it up, but I feel like we've done it every year. So.
Yeah. So we've been doing it since 2018. So this is our fifth time doing it. And yes, you probably heard me using my fingers to count. Shut up. But yeah, so that being said, this is always a super long episode. And so I think we should probably just jump right into it. Briefly before we do the honorable mentions, and Jamie, I don't know if you have some stuff that you also want to throw in here, but I usually do 2 brief segments before the honorable mentions that I'm going to go through real quickly, which is 1, stuff that I got to see this year that I'm saving for the year 2023, because it's stuff that did not get a theatrical or digital, you know, like rental release for people to watch, which means that, in my opinion,
as you know.
Yeah, and you can definitely bring it up here. We're because I go to a couple film festivals each year, and actually, Jamie, you have a couple more because the Toronto After Dark stuff we talked about this year also didn't come out this year, as far as I know.
I guess technically, yeah, and I do have those on my honorable mentions, so I guess I'll mention them now when.
Yeah, so I'm just going to run through them real quickly. I'm not even going to really treat them like honorable mentions, but feel free to mention the ones that you want to as well as we go through here. So these are films that we got to see this year at film festivals that haven't come out for mainstream audiences. So as a result, we're going to be saving them for next year, and they'll probably be honorable mentions or maybe even top 10 contenders next year, depending on how that year looks. Yeah. But one of mine is How to Blow Up a Pipeline, which hasn't come out yet, which is basically like the eco-terrorism version of Good Time. There's another film, Albert Serra's Pacifiction, which is sort of like I don't know how to describe it other than like slow cinema art house Miami Vice. Really long, very vibey, a lot of fun.
Cool.
Sanctuary, which was a film with Margaret Qualley playing a dominatrix, and it's a chamber thriller with her and Christopher Abbott that all takes place in a hotel room. It's
Heard
sick.
good things. Yeah.
And speaking of which, also a movie called Sick, which was written, the new slasher film written by screenwriter Kevin Williamson and directed by John Hyams, the guy behind the Universal Soldier direct-to-video films. And it's a COVID slasher, and it's pretty great. It's basically 90 straight minutes, and it's just the opening set piece of Scream, followed by like the closing house set piece of Scream. Like very little of the character stuff in between. It's just like a direct-to-video, just the slasher elements, and it's a lot of fun. Sisu, which was a Nazi exploitation Rambo film. Venus, which I'm going to describe as like the sort of like a Mexican Lords of Salem. Project Wolf Hunting, which was like a comic book splatter prison break thing with like reanimated super soldiers just like tearing people in half for approximately about 2 hours. And it's actually so gory, it actually got a little monotonous at a certain point, but it was pretty impressive nonetheless. And then, for the ones that Jamie can mention, because you were going to bring up Skinamarink, right?
Yes, I was. It's like this kind of lo-fi, just kind of weird nightmare film where it's about children that wake up in their house and their parents are gone and the doors are all gone from the house and there's no windows anymore. And really, what it is just like shots of the house with these incredibly creepy vibes, and the entire time the soundtrack is just an old like 40s or 50s cartoon, like Disney era cartoon that just goes off in the background, but with it's coming from the tube television, so it's kind of got this like this almost distortion to the sound the whole time. It's very, very creepy, but apparently it was leaked, and that's how I was able to see it. So it's technically not released until next year, I believe, but it's good. So keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, so we're going to hold on to that one, as well as most of the films that we saw at the Toronto After Dark genre film festival this year, where we watched Hazard, which was like this sort of Belgian take on something like Crank, all from the perspective of a dude in a criminal situation driving around in his souped up car, as well as Evil Eye, which was like this Mexican folklore fairy tale about witches that has a very sort of like childlike children's film quality, but actually also has some pretty gross body horror for what is a kid's horror movie. I think, Jamie, you might have compared it to like Pan's Labyrinth in that way.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. I love all the like the gothic imagery in the house and all of that. So yeah, it's very cool. I would check it out when you get a chance.
Yeah, so those are all the films that we probably will mention again sometime next year that qualify when more people actually get a chance to see them. And then very, very briefly before we enter the honorable mentions, one last round that I usually do, which is the stuff, and Jamie, you might have something to throw in here too, I'm not sure, the stuff that I disqualified from my top 10, but like might have been pretty close to it, or maybe a high honorable mention, but I disqualified for not being technically genre movies, which is, there's a couple obvious ones that are just like straight up dramas, like The Fabelmans by Steven Spielberg, or Tar by Todd Field with Cate Blanchett, even though it has some sort of psychological I don't know if I'd even call it psychological horror elements. I guess sort of. And All the Beauty and the Bloodshed as well, which was a Laura Poitras documentary about photographer Nan Goldin taking on the Sackler family. And the only reason I would have considered it is because it has a lot to do with, sort of like addiction and queer outsider art in New York and stuff like that. So like Nan Goldin was like best friends with like John Waters and stuff. So there's actually a really awesome portrait of like a time of New York history that we actually really like to talk about on this show and that film for anyone who hasn't seen it. It reminded me of sort of like Liquid Sky is kind of like the era Nan Goldin almost seemed to like be involved in.
Okay, cool.
So very cool little film. And the films that just barely didn't qualify for me, one was Blonde by Andrew Dominique, which I was happy to catch up with like months after the dust had settled on everyone basically discussing it like it was a Serbian film and like it was the most evil thing that had ever been made. And you know, like I liked it too. I definitely agree with people that there are elements of it that like overplay the sort of like broad symbols of Joyce Carol Oates' book that he's doing, like some of the stuff with like the daddy issue stuff, and just there's a couple things in there that are incredibly obvious, and I get why people took issue with them. But the idea to me that film was like an extreme snuff film disaster that has like no sympathy for Monroe, you know, it's just it kind of blew my mind, and personally, you know, like I just thought even if it's not quite on the level of its inspirations, like it's clearly pulling a little bit from stuff like Oliver Stone's use of history, where it, you know, turns it into this fictional story, or David Lynch. I thought about obviously because it, you know, the ending kind of pulls from The Elephant Man, and there's obviously, you know, a huge like Laura Palmer Fire Walk with Me sort of like depiction of a woman suffering in that way, and Laura Palmer was actually the character herself was inspired by Marilyn Monroe, so there's a little bit of crosstalk happening there. So again, if anyone took issue with the fact that, you know, it didn't how it used sort of Marilyn's like real life and history, personally, I don't know enough about it to speak that well, but I thought that Dominique, the way that he did sort of Hollywood Image as like a psychodrama horror film, and depicted sort of this industry of artifice and misogyny in this like very art house, miserable Sunset Boulevard kind of fashion, I definitely thought that it was a pretty upsetting and kind of moving movie, which is why I'm gonna throw it in here. Because in my opinion, it was more of a drama, but you know, it had enough horror tinged elements that I definitely thought it was worth mentioning. The other one I wanted to bring up was EO, which I don't think you got around to seeing. I don't know if it's on, if it ended up coming online, but it's a Polish film by like a late filmmaker. I don't know how old he is. He's in his 70s or 80s. But his name's Jerry Skolimowski or Jerzy Skolimowski, I think. And many are calling this a remake of Robert Bresson's O Hazard Balthazar. And it's basically one of those children's Odyssey movies about like a domestic animal escaping into the wild for the first time and trying to return to their owner. But it's like a donkey who works in a circus, and everyone like petitions to get this donkey like taken out and taken away from his owners. And he goes on a series of like, you know, essentially like episodic adventures from place to place where you run into things like animal abuse and, you know, fur traders and all of this thing as he's trying to get back to his owner at the circus. And so it has like a family friendly premise, almost like Babe, Pig in the City or something. But it was done, the style is like this very haunting, abstract, like Euro art light show essentially, and it's absolutely gorgeous. And you know, there's moments where it like enters the donkey's mind and his fantasies and his eye lines, and the actual stops themselves become incredibly bizarre, where like this donkey runs into scenarios where suddenly he's in a crime film where characters are killing each other, or his owner briefly is like a gangster who picks him up, who's like has like an incestuous relationship with his mom, and just everything. It was like it's basically like the cruel world of humanity as seen from the perspective of this donkey. And the filmmaking is like shallow focus, completely latched to his head. It's completely hypnotic, and it has like elemental drone photography, bombastic metal music in it, like straight up like hellish lighting and like neon lasers. It's genuinely a dizzying movie. And for what is essentially like a PETA ad, like it's just straight up saying like, you know, like this old guy, this old aging filmmaker made it because he was like, yeah, I'm just old and I kind of like animals, and I think we kind of mistreat donkeys and cows and stuff. So I made this movie, and it's one of the most formally inventive things that I saw this year. And honestly, the horror and gangster stuff gets straight up like moody and violent enough that I almost considered it for the list.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So that's worth throwing in there.
So.
Yep. And then the very last one that I disqualified was Stars at Noon with by Claire Denis, which actually might have qualified for the top 10, but was definitely a little bit more dramatic. And it was starring Margaret Qualley and Taylor Swift's boyfriend. I forget what his name is. Joe Alwyn, and also John C. Reilly and Benny Safdie are in it. But it's basically like an erotic political thriller about a journalist played by Qualley and basically like a corporate guy who might be an agent there to like overthrow the Nicaraguan government, and Denis basically just uses as a backdrop for another one of her films about characters being lost and lonely and fragile and in working within like a post-colonial world. Like think a little bit like a Beau Travail. Like it definitely has some of that like sensualness, but like these characters are working in a milieu that is obviously very political. And just no other filmmaker other than Denis is as gifted about capturing the conflicted ambiguity between like a character really desiring the touch of another person because they are alone, but then being torn apart by these like unseen material sort of like transactional forces. And there's an incredible, by the way, Tinder Sticks score for the film, which is just like very moody ambient jazz. And the fact that movie got absolutely like annihilated by the Cannes critics kind of blows my mind a little bit. So
yeah, I did see that. That was pretty controversial for people, I guess.
Yeah, just always is sometimes for some people. But if the reviews when it played Cannes kind of dissuaded you, I would recommend going back and checking it out, because if it had a little bit more of the Benny Safdie CIA agent thriller element of the film, which kind of crops up near the end, it might have been enough of a thriller to qualify. But in my opinion, it was definitely more akin to something like Beau Travail or 35 Shots of Rum, or her more dramatic stuff. So.
Cool.
But I will wrap that up there so that we can actually get into it. Let's talk about the honorable mentions. And since I just went long there, I am going to let Jamie go first. So Jamie, give us your first honorable mention and brief thoughts. Why is it an honorable mention?
Sure. It's a pretty basic one. It's because it was fairly popular. X, directed by T. West. Or Ty West. I
think it's Ty West.
Yeah. So this one's starring Mia Goth, Jenna Ortega, Brittany Snow, Kid Cudi. It's got quite a few. It's kind of this. It's based in 1979. A bunch of young porn filmmakers go out to Texas and use this kind of like farmhouse that this old couple has to make their video. The couple isn't really aware that what they're making is what they're making, and as things are discovered, it becomes very violent, and the old people's past kind of comes up to the surface, and it becomes very murderous and violent, and it even has a little bit of this almost humorous, gross out quality to it, where eventually they kind of find their love between each other again, and their physical attraction as very old, decrepit people. It's quite a lot of fun. I don't think it's as good as what people were saying, but it's got some great qualities, and eventually it gets into the kind of splatterhouse thing that we know and love on this show. So I did enjoy it, but it was a 3-star classic for me. Rather than
I was in the same boat. It was also on my honorable mention list because I like the fact that he wanted to recreate some 70s regional exploitation, and Ty West, he is, in my opinion, he's a little bit of like he can be a little slow, he can be a little pretentious with the filmmaking, but
I didn't like Pearl as much this year. That also came out too, which is this the sequel, I guess, or prequel of this one.
Yeah, but like it's similar to something like House of the Devil that he did. Like he's pretty good at doing the recreation of a kind of specific kind of like a period of a film. Yeah. The only thing holding X back for me was that it did feel a little polished up. Like it does feel strange to me that for a movie referencing, like Tobe Hooper's Eaten Alive, that, it doesn't get as psychotic and abstract. It feels like it's a slow burn. It has a lot of build up. It feels weird. I think we mentioned when we covered it in the bonus transmission that like, even otherwise like lean slasher movies now have to pretend that they are like artier and more meaningful and like are, you know, really they're doing the old trashy genre, but like they're arting it up for smart people. And I just don't know that that's like necessarily what you need to do with that kind of thing. But I will say, once it gets an hour in and it actually starts deploying the really graphic and gleefully cruel like slasher kills and stuff like that, it you know, it's got some good gags. It's got an old woman being you know, pulled on wires after firing a shotgun, and it has some pretty, you know, nasty
head splatters.
Segments.
Yeah,
and it totally, you know, it gets the premise perfectly fine about the two elderly psychos who are just like sad and frustrated that their bodies don't work and they can't have sex, and they're upset that all these hot kids in their backyard are having sex, so they decide to kill them. And in my opinion, that's a fun premise for a movie, and you know, once it gets moving, I think it lives up to it. And actually going well with X, I actually had it in my honorable mentions as like a double feature under like slightly overrated by horror fans, but like still pretty solid, which was Black Phone. Which I thought was like a pretty lean and spooky little kidnapping thriller about these sort of like abused kids becoming aware and, you know, sort of overcoming the sick underbelly of their town. It's definitely Stephen King inspired, and the novel is like, I think, or the short story or novel or whatever is like actually Stephen King's son, which is very funny to me because he took his pen name as Joe Hill to be like, I'm not going to live off, you know, the reputation of my dad's stuff. And then he just makes something that's like so obviously derivative of his dad. But Black Phone, I thought was pretty fun. And it has Ethan Hawke hamming it up as like a dude who just like kidnaps local kids in the 70s. And I was surprised that its turn into you know, like a little bit more of a, you know, like the psychic aspect of it, the sort of ambiguous supernatural elements that started cropping up throughout the entire thing. And the way that it kind of escalates the logistics of this kid who's stuck in this basement being held by a kidnapper. And all of a sudden, all the kids who have died under his, you know, by kidnapping him start like talking to him as if they're ghosts, and they start trying to figure out a way out of this room. And yeah, it was, you know, I was surprised how much I liked it, especially because Scott Derrickson, who directed the film, is following up his career at Marvel, and not very many people get sucked through the Marvel machine and come out the other side and actually make like a small movie that resembles what they used to make before Marvel. So, you know, as far as that's concerned, Scott Derrickson, he did a pretty good job with this one, I thought. Yeah,
I agree. And I really do like how gritty it is in parts, because they're using like, you know, 12 to 14-year-old kids and having them hit each other with bricks, and then, you know, eventually there's a little bit of a fight in the finale and all of that, which I won't spoil, but it doesn't stray away from the the violence, and I can always appreciate that, especially when they're using young actors. There's something more visceral about watching that.
Agreed.
Yeah, so for me, the next one is another big one. I think I'm just probably getting all these big ones out of the way here. Everything Everywhere All at Once. I did.
Oh dang! It even made the honorable mentions.
Yeah, I still thought, like, I think when we reviewed it, you know, we were kind of hard on it, I think, just because of how much praise it was getting. Like, every single person was thinking that this was a masterpiece, and, you know, by all means, enjoy yourself. It's just, we definitely didn't feel that way. But I did think that this had a lot of creativity, and I loved it weaving in and out of these, like, different worlds, especially when it came to the choreography for the fighting. I do think that once it starts to, because this is a almost 2.5 hour long film, and it kind of dives into some of the more ironic worlds a little too much. It becomes, I feel like, a little bit too pretentious or something like that. But I do still think that there's a lot of great visual imagination and an awesome performance by I hope I'm saying his name right, Ki-Hugh Kwan, who's the kid from Indiana Jones, and he was just fantastic in this movie, I thought.
I love that shot of him in the Wong Kar-wai universe where they make him
Yeah.
just look like the most handsome, suave dude ever. It's sick.
Yeah,
And Michelle Yeoh is obviously very good in the film as well. Yeah, because
Absolutely.
I end up giving the film the light 3 because it is it's the fights are visually dynamic, and the genre pastiche and the Looney Tunes anarchy of it was ambitious. I was just annoyed at the when it started moving away from like the stressed immigrant family drama intimacy that it was doing, and when it just gets absurd to the point of it felt like it was almost just doing it in a really deliberately pointless and exhausting way. It reminded me of the few stuff I don't like about Dan Harmon and Rick and Morty sometimes.
Sure.
Where I was just like, just a monotonous, self-satisfied quirk, just one after the other, and all just tied to like an emotional core that it's a lot more, I don't know. For me, it was very, very simple, and it seemed like the movie was very, very self-satisfied with, how amazing it was that it was saying something so simple.
I totally agree with all of that.
Some good stuff in it for sure.
I thought it was. I always appreciate ambition, and I really think the weaving in and out of worlds with the choreography was probably what sold me the most. There's a lot of great fighting sequences in this with a lot of innovative ideas on how to use whatever they've come up with. But I agree that once they start diving into the worlds themselves, like the hot dog finger people and all of that, I'm just like. We can move on from this joke, I think. So yeah, it is a little bit exhausting, but I still really appreciated what they were doing. So I thought I'd still mention it.
Cool. My next honorable mention is going to be We're All Going to the World's Fair.
Oh, nice. I didn't get to see this one.
Which was directed by a non-binary filmmaker by the name of Jane Schobrun, and is just it's a very solid lo-fi. It reminded me a little bit of what you were describing with Skinamarink, where it's like this sort of lo-fi teenage creepypasta horror drama, essentially. And it's about this girl named Casey who takes an online horror challenge called the World's Fair Challenge, and basically it starts to blend her day-to-day life of being like terminally online and on her desktop with this kind of like eerie performative fantasy as she starts externalizing her feelings into some sort of like paranormal activity movie almost as she sees it, and she starts kind of like finding a niche community online of people who are also into these creepy horror stuff, and she strikes up a sort of inappropriate relationship with an adult man over Skype who likes her videos and stuff like that. And I didn't quite latch onto this film as emotionally as others have, because quite a few of our colleagues and friends who talk about movies all year are putting this in their top 10. And I do see what they see in it for sure, as far as like really capturing the mood of what it feels like to be like a weird alienated kid in the internet age, and just like going down rabbit holes of like niche video cultures and getting into weird relationships with people online that you don't really know that well. And it's clearly aiming a little bit for some of that Cronenberg energy of how psychologically we're kind of becoming one with our machines and screens in a way, and a little bit of Kiyoshi Kurosawa's like internet horror film Pulse, if anyone's seen that. But I just didn't find its imagery quite as unsettling as those films. But for a debut film and for this subject, this is pretty well done. And the lead girl's performance, Anna Cobb in particular, is quite striking. And also there's a really haunting little musical score to it by I guess a Philadelphia-based artist named Alex G. And I started listening to the dude's records off of the movie because I was taken by the music itself.
Cool.
Definitely check out We're All Going to the World's Fair.
Yeah, I intend to. That was one I missed, so that's awesome. My next one is really a fun one, actually, a surprising one for me. Was Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe.
I didn't check. I didn't see this one.
I went into it. Me and my brother were just hanging out. I was at my folks' house, and I'm like, let's just watch a comedy. And this popped up, and I've never really been a huge Beavis and Butthead guy. I don't dislike it, but I've just never really gotten into it. But I found this to be quite funny. There's a lot of consistent humor in here. It is, very Beavis and Butthead, a lot of just dumb, stupid, juvenile jokes, but they do it really well. And essentially, it has a little bit of a genre twist because it's got a science fiction element where they travel from 1998 to present time and then kind of deal with the more modern issues that are going on, and just watching them be their stupid selves in the modern day. So it's a lot of fun, and I would recommend it if you're just looking to laugh and kind of turn your brain off a little bit. It's only 85 minutes, very funny. So yeah, would highly recommend.
Cool. The next one for me is I'm gonna throw this in as like a dual honorable mention, because one of them technically I don't like, and I have to throw this in because it's just cool to me, because I kind of want to throw the one in and it kind of matches with the other one a little bit. And I know that Jamie, I think you watched one of these and you didn't like it either, but I'm gonna throw them both in anyway. One is Soft and Quiet, which was this one take thriller about a bunch of like white middle-aged, upper middle class women who are basically having like a neo-Nazi meeting that escalates into them essentially committing a hate crime in real time.
Yeah.
And it's very simple. And I guess I watched it and I went, this is like really solidly made for a debut as a thriller.
Yeah.
I do wish that the film itself had slightly higher ambitions than just hammering the super obvious point it's trying to make, which is that like you can trace people who have these ideas to this
violence.
Slippery trajectory that they're on to, committing tangible acts of violence from there. Like it's a very, very obvious point to being like neo-Nazis, could be inspired to do violence. And due to the formal gimmick of the film, which is like literally following these women from the meeting where they're talking about how to get their ideas like into the schools and stuff like that, and then following them to like a climax where they essentially do perform a home invasion and actually like commit a hate crime and murder people. And the logistics of it are a bit convenient to get there, but the movie I thought was actually pretty upsetting to watch as a thriller. And it made me definitely be like, I'll check out whatever this director Beth de Araju does next. And in the process of fairness, I thought I'd also throw in Shut In, which was, I'm only throwing in here because it was directed by DJ Caruso.
Hell yeah.
Who did Disturbia.
Yes.
And it also was the return of Vincent Gallo to film. In a thriller, but the film was produced by Ben Shapiro's new Daily Wire production house.
Let's go.
So as a result, it has some pretty horrifying messages in it about, in this case, drug addicts. The visual metaphor in the film is basically like drug addicts should be essentially like cut out like rotten apples or something like that. And I think Margaret Qualley's sister is the star as well. But basically it's just like a single mother is held captive by
a drug
Vincent
addict?
Gallo, who is a methed out pedophile, literally. And it's all about how he wouldn't be walking the streets if the government actually dealt with drug addicts and pedophiles. Like that's like it's a very
and they're making
politically
the two equal, which is interesting apparently.
Yes. Yes.
That's great.
But yeah, the main issue with the film and the reason I didn't like it is that it was a little too intent on keeping its single Christian mom like incredibly clean and redeemed. Like she hardly even gets dirty. She hardly even like gets particularly violent, other than like at one point stabbing Vincent Gallo like through the hands, almost like crucifying him, and then looking up at her Jesus crucifix in her room and being like, symbolism. So it's just the message kind of overrides the home invasion thriller component at a certain point. But I figured I'd just bring these two up together because I thought it was cool that we had two home invasion thrillers on opposite sides of the political spectrum, and both were definitely, whether you like or don't like them, they were both curiosities that I was like, I felt like I had to bring up. So
yeah, definitely. I might still check it out. Shut In, and the other one that I didn't check out from I think the same Shapiro production company was the Terror on the Prairie Hill or something like that. The one with Gina.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't see it, but anyway.
They're trying to make low budget genre films for the right. And,
I respect it. I just hope they do.
So far, it's
better.
not panning out. Hopefully, the films get better.
Yeah, they need Zoller. They definitely need Zoller. Anyway, so yeah, my next one is Beast, directed by, and I'm probably
this is also on mine.
Nice, and I'm probably gonna butcher this. Directed by Baltasar Kormaker. Definitely that's wrong, I'm sure.
I feel like that's how I would have done it.
Yeah.
But I also could have been
close.
wrong too. So
It's starring Idris Elba. It's very simple. It's your kind of simple family thriller, man versus beast. He takes his family to South Africa, and in that he gets trapped in the car between a lion and his territory, and essentially just needs to save his two girls and fight the lion. And it's really that simple, but it's a lot of fun.
Yep.
It's got some very smooth cinematography. It looks great. Fun performances. It's one of those, like, it's nothing special.
yeah,
kind
even
of
the
films,
lion
but
CG I thought looked pretty good.
yeah, it looks great. It's got weight to it. Like the lion is often like right there on screen fighting Idris Elba. They don't stray away from that. They really try their best to make it feel physically there. And for the most part, they do a really good job. The lion is just smashing up the car, scratching Idris Elba the entire time. They even have a finale fight. And so it's got everything that you're looking for in something like this. And yeah, it's just an awesome 3-star classic.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It was actually the first film that I've liked by this Icelandic studio for hire director, because previously I've always found him a little bit dull,
Right, he did
visually
Two
and as a
Guns.
director.
I know. I don't know.
Yeah,
I haven't
Two Guns
seen
I didn't
that.
like, and Contraband with Mark. Basically, just his Mark Wahlberg stuff. He's done some other stuff that I haven't seen, but any movie he's done with Mark Wahlberg, I've just found very, very mediocre, to the point of just being dull. And
Yeah.
this I will say, no, it was solid, economical, tense. Idris Elba fights a lion. If that's what you're looking for,
Yeah.
it dives into that situation as much as it can. And my favorite aspect of it is that, it builds tension to what you've come to the movie for, the hand to paw climax. Will Idris Elba literally fist fight a lion? And the movie delivers on it, and Idris just gets absolutely fucking washed. He just gets, fucking, that lion rips into him. And, I won't spoil exactly what happens, but just seeing Idris Elba just actually go with a realistic fight with a lion, I was satisfied. And the rest of the movie was pretty lean and fun too. And, there's a couple good set pieces, and Charlton Copley shows up for a little bit. So it was definitely fun movie.
Yep, I had a good time.
Yeah, and speaking in the realm of kind of like low budget thriller territory, I need to bring up Kimmy, directed by Steven Soderbergh, which came out pretty early in the year and was basically like a neat little COVID Rear Window almost, which was about Zoe Kravitz playing this like agoraphobic tech worker who essentially discovers evidence while reviewing data streams that the company that she's involved with, who records all of these sort of like live mics on people's devices, that she might have actually captured a murder and was listening to it while sifting through the monotonous work of sifting through it all. And even though more so than even other stuff that he's been doing recently, because Soderbergh has kind of been in like a, can I steal streamers' money to do like this light little exercise I've wanted to do, like with High Flying Bird with Netflix, his basketball one, or No Sudden Move for I forget who he did that for, but maybe it was like HBO or something like that. I can't remember. But he's definitely in a mode where he's doing like light genre exercises, and and he's just kind of calling it a day. So this, like that, definitely doesn't feel like it was fully fleshed out. Like it's a little simple. And there's definitely, I think some people might, some of the there's some silly and clean kind of like tidy up to it for considering some of the complicated ideas it brings up about like
Definitely.
power and the corporate critiques and everything like that. But it's written by David Koepp, who did Jurassic Park and Panic Room and Snake Eyes. So it has a lot of fun thriller logistics to it. And Soderbergh, as always, he loads it with just tons of fun and slick and exciting like digital camera trickery that he loves doing. Camera just flying around, going inside computers, doing weird shit.
Yeah.
And as always, he finds a way to make a really simple thriller also still feel like it's bringing up ideas like, about modern tech companies and capital and gendered abuse and, and bringing all of that into his like physical movement and his thrills. So as long as, I think I said in my review, like as long as Steven Soderbergh keeps getting a few $1 million to pump out little stuff like this, even if it's just a 3-star classic like this is, I'll be there watching them. They're fun.
Yeah, because if this is on his lighter side, it's still a pretty good movie. So I totally agree. I had a lot of fun with that one. My next one is Orphan: First Kill, directed by.
I also have this one.
Yeah, directed by William Brent Bell. This one,
our boy behind the boy.
yes, absolutely. So this one is interesting because I would say like the first 45 minutes, it starts with a very typical what you were going to expect from this sequel, and I'm not going to spoil it, but it does a turn in which one of the characters kind of reveals what the rest of the film is going to be. And it's one of those moments that when you're watching it, you just kind of point to the screen and you're like, oh, okay. Like now we're watching the movie that we've been meaning to watch. And again, I don't want to spoil it, but it's a lot of fun if you just stick with it for the first like 30, 40 minutes. And then it just has like kind of a batshit finale that I really enjoyed. And I think Josh appreciated as well. I remember when we watched it, we were like waiting for the moment and pointed at it and everything like that. So I don't want to get into too heavy spoilers because it's just so much fun to go into and watch that moment. So, but it is surprisingly good.
I totally agree.
So yeah,
because for me, Jamais Colette Serra's Orphan is like one of my favorite like studio horror films that has come out
really
in like the last like decade or so. Just because it's like a psychodrama horror film about like gaslighting and parental anxiety. But it's for anyone, I'm sure most people know Orphan, but like it's this person who looks like a little girl who doesn't behave like a little girl. It's the same thing I kind of get out of like Child's Play. There's something perverse about seeing like the little doll start like threatening the family and say, start screaming bitch at the mom and trying to stab her and shit like that. Like it's one of those things that just inherently it's quite visceral. I was really taken by that first Orphan and how it just, full throttle into a never ending onslaught of like putting the children characters in dangers, and it's done in really poor taste. And having the weird like quasi incest shit when the girl, the 20-year-old woman who's pretending to be like a little girl tries to like have sex with the dad and stuff like that. And so going into a sequel, I was like, well, what could they possibly do? Like it already has one of the best like modern horror movie twists. Somehow they went into that movie under the constraints of knowing that we already know what the twist is, and they somehow wrote their way out of that corner and did a twist that was
sillier and kind of more perverted too, in a way too, which is perverse.
It's just as trashy and perverse of a twist. And why I don't know why Julia Stiles is the actress, right? Yeah, she gets to fucking just kill it in that film. So good great. For her.
It was a surprising performance by Julia Stiles, so it's great.
Absolutely. Next up for me, I wanted to bring up maybe something that people might consider a cheat, I guess. I wanted to bring up The Autopsy, which was part of Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities horror anthology series for Netflix, but and also directed by longtime David Fincher collaborator David Pryor, which is his follow-up to The Empty Man, which was a film that didn't make our top 10 of 2020 because it didn't come online until like at the end of December, so we didn't even get a chance to watch it before. Great. And then we watched it, and I went, well, fuck me. This would have been it would have been in like my top 2 or 3 of that year. So obviously, I was very excited to watch whatever his follow up was. So he got to do an hour long sort of short horror story. that followed up. It doesn't have like the creepypasta occult like cosmic Lovecraft horror stuff of The Empty Man, but it definitely has keeps some of that stillness and mood, and you could say actually some of that Lovecraft sort of cosmic horror I guess is still in there. It's just done in a little bit more of like a sci-fi context in this one,
right?
And yeah, this one I just thought was pretty cool little two-hander between with F. Murray Abraham, who's always a great actor to see, and it's literally just about a coroner performing an autopsy on a dead body. He's been called in because these miners keep dying or getting sort of like lost inside the mines. And, he, while doing the autopsy, he discovers some crazy things about what might be inside of this guy. And I will say that, like, the way that it's shot, the way it's directed is my favorite aspect of it. Like the way how methodical and creepy and the sort of Fincher-esque low light digital anamorphic stuff that he does, I think is really well done. You can tell that this is a script by David S. Goyer. It has like a clunky, talky kind of procedural quality to it.
Yeah.
But it's a really cool premise of this guy performing this autopsy on this miner, and it turns out they might have been killed by some sort of alien parasite that like sort of looks like a squid or a face hugger who maybe takes over bodies, maybe reanimates them. And if it was a little bit less exposition heavy and it was made into a feature film, I think that this would get talked about a little bit more this year. But it kind of got buried in the fact that it's just kind of like an anthology episode of a TV show. But very very bleak. There's some good rotting texture to it. You get to see a quasi zombie like sort of like disembowel himself at one point in it, and two good performances from Glynn Turman, who's in Gremlins and Deep Cover, and Murray Abraham, who's obviously in Scarface, Amadeus, Inside Llewyn Davis, great actor. So
amazing.
Two old genre actors kind of getting to have some fun in a David Pryor thing. So if you haven't seen it, it's on Netflix.
Yeah, check it out. I can't wait to see what David Pryor does in the future. I'm a big fan. My next one is Confess Fletch, directed by Greg Matella.
Yes. So good. Also on mine.
Starring John Hamm. I believe this is a reboot or a remake of a series or a film that Chevy Chase starred in, I think.
Yes, which is also
ago.
adapted from a series of novels. It's like a crime caper series that followed this character.
And it's fun too because it's like it feels like it's based around a murder. He's being accused, and you're essentially watching him interact with all of these eccentric characters. But it's surprisingly lighthearted and kind of silly and a lot of fun. And John Hamm just gives like a hell of a performance. His line delivery is fantastic, really witty. Writing and witty delivery, and I had a really good time. And this is the kind of thing that it's very it feels episodic, so you could just like pump these out with different stories of this guy going through different cases, and I would probably enjoy every single one. So as long as it carries this kind of the same wit that this one did. So yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one, and I would highly recommend it if you're into kind of detective stories as well as comedy, because it doesn't get very dark. It's mostly pretty lighthearted.
No, it's directed by Greg Mottola, who did like Superbad and Adventureland.
Yes.
He's a very funny guy, and he gives it like, it honestly has like an old school like screwball like energy to it, where characters are like walking into rooms and they have crazy personalities. There's even a part like near the end of it where like 5 or 6 different characters who all have different motivations that we've met in different scenarios like all end up in the same room and are like talking over each other. It's like classic like stage play, like old school comedy, that kind of stuff. And I definitely respected that was, the mode that he went with, because, it's pretty, the aspiration there is like kind of minor and low key. He's not trying to get you to like feel like this is a tortured detective story, but it's very funny and it feels pretty effortless. And Hamm is awesome. He's clearly having a blast, and his outfit in that with the Stan Smith's the Lakers hat and the suit combo, dripped out. I enjoyed watching him go around and just try to investigate the murder mystery that he's doing.
Yeah, definitely.
So that was fun. What's next on my list here? I have another one that I'm going to just rip through very quickly because I don't have a lot to say about either of them, but it was another sort of like cool pairing of late style masters making 3-star classic comebacks.
Okay.
Dark Glasses.
Yeah.
Dario Argento. The
this had some
return
moments.
of the man. Yeah, he's got the misogynistic black-gloved serial killer. He's got a blind prostitute whose dog tears into a man. You got the synth score. You got Asia Argento back in the film. It's everything that you could want from a classic Dario Argento, but updated for, sort of like the modern digital late style era. It's all in there. And I got to say, it's probably, I haven't seen a ton of like Dario Argento's like 2000s and 2010 stuff,
Yeah,
but
me neither.
of the one or two that I've seen, this was probably his strongest. So this was basically a return to form. So
Yeah,
I'm
this
really
one-
happy that he got to come back.
This one did seem like even people that have been just ripping apart his newer filmography latched onto this one. So it felt like he kind of was back in his original form, at least a little bit. It's not the most innovative plot or anything like that, but it's just it has his better the better side of his spectrum of his style in there, and I really appreciated seeing that again.
Yeah, man, and he can't get away from like giallo killers, like blinding women. It's
Yeah,
just he just
yeah.
can't. He can't stop himself. And it made a good pairing, I thought, with "Dead for a Dollar" by Walter Hill.
Oh yeah, I didn't get to
which
see
was
this.
the return of Walter Hill, baby. The Warriors, The Driver, Streets of Fire, Southern Comfort. The dude is a legend. And I will say that anyone who goes into Dead for a Dollar should be known that it is absolutely late style stuff. You might be watching it and you might think, wow, this kind of looks like Western dress up a little bit. Like it's shot
Like, too
digitally. It
clean.
kind of has. It's a little too clean. And it has Christoph Waltz, which will also be obviously making you think about like Tarantino's version of like doing spaghetti Western, like modern spaghetti Western stuff.
Sure.
Which is not what he's doing. Like Walter Hill is doing, I think it's dedicated to Bud Bodicher. So it's more of like the Anthony Mann Western era, which is something that might throw people off. Like he's not trying to do the dirty 70s Western references. He's trying to do like the more like 50s era, like good guys and bad guys, a little bit cleaner, a little bit more old fashioned and traditional in a way, honestly, that's kind of uncool.
Yeah, you said it was
just
something
the
like
fact-
in the 60s this would probably be uncool, and that was part of why you respected it. Something like that.
Yeah, like straight up, like it's very traditional Western. So just seeing, him get the money to kind of put that together and to see some actors, work with him, see Christoph Waltz, Willem Dafoe is in it too.
Nice.
And it was a good time. It was definitely, kind of on the lower end of the 3 spectrum, but to see 2 old guys who kind of still had it, it was fun. So check those out.
Yeah, I'm going to check that out eventually. My next one is Resurrection, directed by Andrew Semmons. It's starring Rebecca
Cool.
Hall and Tim Roth. A lot of these, this is kind of that like slow burn dramatic horror that me and you talk about quite a bit, that really gets under our skin, and it's just like, could you just make a horror movie? Like, you don't need to be so pretentious about it. But I found that this one was a lot more interesting in the sense that it dove into its horror elements a lot earlier and still is slow to dish them out, but it's introducing them far earlier than all of the other ones that I've seen do it. Because a lot of the time, the order of things with these are usually like a good hour of just slow dramatic build to, maybe a couple moments in the last half hour that are actually belong in the horror genre. And with this, it felt like they were sprinkling that throughout. Like, Tim Roth is completely evil in this. Essentially what it is a woman has this kind of this really organized life, and she has a daughter, and what happens is Tim Roth comes back into her life and starts to kind of vaguely threaten her. And as the information gets doled out, you realize that they have a history, and he might have done something completely unspeakably evil to her. in which she gets this very good monologue where she explains, and I don't want to spoil anything, but it's basically like your past coming back.
She was
to
in a
haunt
very
you.
abusive, controlling relationship with Tim Roth, and he's kind of
Yes.
come back to try to like haunt her and like reignite that relationship.
Yes, and the way that he does it is very like he's kind of like gaslighting her a little bit. There's scenes where he's acting as if
He's like, "What? I can't stand here. I can't stand next to you and watch you."
Yeah, and she knows full well who he is, but he's kind of acting like he doesn't know her at first, but then gives her these subtle little smirks to know that he's just playing with her. It's quite good. I would think it's a pretty good psychological thriller, and then it kind of gets more horrific by the end, where the violence actually does come into play. So I did really enjoy this one. It was a pretty strong 3 for me when I watched it, and Rebecca Hall is fantastic. Tim Roth as well.
Yeah. I definitely liked it. It definitely suffered a little bit for me from being like, doing this thing where it has like one very kind of simple idea to it that it just kind of hammers and hammers and hammers over like a very slow sort of like mysterious pace to it. But I will say that the film absolutely deserves credits for, instead of like ending on like a downbeat shrug on what does it all mean? It was like, no, it fully commits to the idea of the relationship between the two of them and takes it to a pretty, I won't spoil it, but a pretty literal and gnarly conclusion to how that relationship was going to end. So the mood of it too, like for the direction. It's got some pretty chilly city atmospherics, and some Rebecca Hall is always great at playing a character who is like psychologically disintegrating before your eyes. So
yeah, and she's putting on a really wild performance because of what she has to channel, but everyone else around her is giving that a very typical, just average person performance. So when she has her little quirks pop up, they really pop within the film. So I think she has a lot of great parts where she gets to chew the scenery. Tim Roth as well, but there's something about Rebecca in this that I felt was, I think she just had the more difficult job, because Tim Roth just kind of has to be like evil, and Rebecca has to channel both like the pain. She's trying to protect her family, herself. She's going insane, so there's these like outbursts that she has. So anyway, it's good.
Yeah. For me, my next one is 3,000 Years of Longing, directed by George Miller, his follow-up to Mad Max Fury Road. It's been a while since we've seen him. I know the Mad Max movies got into a little bit of a development hell due to some payment issues with Warner Brothers and his crew, some little fights that were going on there. So I think he did this in the meantime. And it was pretty cool little movie, I thought. It was definitely very ambitious, and it has Tilda Swinton playing this like very lonely sort of like academic who essentially discovers this like ancient bottle while taking a trip to Istanbul, and she unleashes a genie inside of the bottle, and who grants her 3 wishes. And the genie is played by Idris Elba's second appearance in the honorable mention. So good year for him. Basically it actually turns, instead of being like this full on fantasy epic, which sometimes it does have imagery of and goes into flashbacks of that kind of tell that story, the actual premise is like, interestingly kind of intimate and small. Like a lot of it is Idris Elba as a genie talking to Tilda Swinton in a hotel bathrobe, and these two kind of slowly, having a little bit of a romance about, there are 2 variations of lonely people. You have like the modern alienated Tilda, and you have this genie who, obviously every relationship he gets into with people is transactional. They pull him out of a bottle, he owes them wishes, and that's how it works. So the fact that is what Miller kind of focused on, it has this very mature romantic quality to it that I really appreciated to it. But also, if you want just like the dorky fable with mesmerizing like lush imagery to it, this is it kind of delivers on that as well. Like some pretty fantastic imagery that had, I saw some people comparing him, and I think rightfully so, to like Tarsem Singh, the guy who did like Immortals.
Oh,
like
sure,
it has some of that like very
like
sort
the
of
gold
CG
palaces and
augmented, colorful, campy, ancient history kind of stuff to it that definitely kind of applies in that way. And yeah, just to see Miller like get to have fun and flex in that department, but then also, make it a very like old, like a very mature, like old person romance about like two characters just talking and listening to one another and, trying to see what the other person needs and if they can fulfill that for the other person. And Tilda and Idris, I think, do a really good job of selling the romantic qualities.
Yeah, especially with just how like silly it can be a little visually, like watching Idris Elba be the 100-foot version of himself cramped into the little apartment and all of that.
The little bathroom, yeah.
Yeah, it's good though. It's really fun and quite a beautiful story. Yeah, for sure. I would also put that on my list. Another one that I had, and this has it's an anthology movie, so it's got a few directors here, but it's called The House. I don't know if it was made for Netflix, but it's on Netflix. The directors are Paloma Beza, Nikki Landroff Van Bar, Emma De Swaff, and Mark James Rolls. I don't know if I've actually watched anything from these people, but it does have Mia Goth in it, Matthew Good, a couple others that you've probably heard of, and it's essentially an anthology animated movie with horror elements to it and a little bit of fantasy, where it just shows different eras within this house that these people live in, and it's just kind of different various situations that they're popping up in. Some is about like infestation within the house, other is about the idea of like private property. One is more based around family ties and kind of their interrelationships. And it just goes from era to era and shows you the different kind of places in time that the house has been involved in and what it's brought to the tenants. So it's cool. It's quite good. And I really did enjoy it. And the animation is really top notch, really cool. So
hell yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out.
Yeah.
The next one for me is one that I am shocked to be including, but I am kind of stoked to be including. And Jamie will laugh as soon as I say it. Halloween Ends.
Nice. Yeah, that's
it
awesome.
Made the honorable mentions for me. The epic conclusion to the David Gordon Green Halloween trilogy, the one that no one asked for after 2018, which everyone, I think, Jamie and I, especially in agreement, thought wrapped up the Michael and Laurie stuff perfectly fine.
Yeah, I was
making her like this traumatized psycho who wants Michael to escape and run loose on her town so that she's less alone. And the movie ends with her inflicting her own suffering on her own family in order to kind of accomplish that, which personally I thought was a decent angle towards the It's About Trauma legacy sequels that we are sort of inundated with right now.
But unfortunately, it made money, so we had to get 2 to 10 more, and that's just how she goes.
Of course, because then Kills had to come out, the sequel that was so bad it made me wonder if I was an idiot for liking the 2018 one, because other than like the misplaced humor of the 2018 one, I thought like the way that it recreated the elegant scope framing and the camera movement and the nasty kills, and Carpenter even did some good new music for that. Like I thought it was pretty good, and then I got to Kills and I was like, just one of the most moronic and smug slashers I've ever seen, where like on one level it's a wild Michael Myers kill compilation montage for no reason. And then for also no reason, every member of the town is now a cartoonishly and pointlessly psychotic Laurie and Loomis character, just so that he can make the contrived point that like mob justice is bad, which is like something that probably nobody disagreed with. And you're going around just having every character, be like, we're the real monsters. And then meanwhile, not the guy tearing every one of us limb from limb. But either way, after Kills, I was like, the better movie version of Kills, in my opinion, would have been psychologically engaged with the mob. It would have even been like sympathetic. It would have been like, they're paranoid and fearful, but they kind of have a reason to be. And it would have been a pretty thorny, icky movie if you sympathized with the people who were turning bad.
Yeah.
And
they were too fearful to do that, though.
Ends came out, and I was like, Ends did it. And I won't, as I said in our bonus transmission when we covered it, I will not be arguing that it's any less stupid or silly about its ideas.
Yeah, it definitely isn't.
About Michael being an infection, and also it has to do the stupid thing where, like, you know, Kills sets up that it's culminating the Michael and Laurie story, but they make the bizarre choice to like introduce and spend most of its runtime with the character we all know and love and have definitely heard of, Corey Cunningham. But that was just it, is that I was surprised as how interested I was in the Corey stuff. And essentially they use him as like a dumbed down version of Christine. They even give him like Artie Cunningham is the character name in that. But I did like the idea of this like brooding, tormented, bullied kid who's being seduced by Michael the same way that Artie in that film was seduced by the car. And this sequel reminded me of, you know, how I like the late Halloween sequels, like Halloween 4 and Halloween 6. It even borrows some elements from them, like Michael's transference into another kid's body, which is how Halloween 4 ends. Also ends with him getting spaz 12'd into the sewer, and this film opens with Michael now like living in the sewer, like living off rats and shit. And so yeah, this sequel, it just took stupid big swings, and it bucked the formulas of the other Halloween films to mostly be about this Corey Cunningham kid, you know, having him do shit like learning Michael's ways in the sewers like a Jedi Padawan or something. Loved the scene where he's just, you know, in the sewer dragging a cop down there to sacrifice to Michael so that he can like regain his strength, and he's like getting all excited, and Michael Myers is like, you know what, I get it, kid, I've been mocked and bullied and kicked out of this town too, so let's tag team. Let's go. Yeah, let's tag team. Let's go around killing people, doing crazy shit. It has insane things like they recreate the Fallen Angel shot where they're, you know, angsty romance nighttime synth pop motorcycle rides between Corey and Laurie's daughter. And yeah, it's just strangely ambitious and pretty incredibly violent when Corey does eventually explode, like the shot of the blowtorch in the kid's mouth, and like, you know, running over kids with the garage truck, and, you know, cutting tongues off, and just, you know, some pretty crazy stuff. The only thing that sucked about it for me was just that obviously, because it's all been set up for an entire trilogy for no reason, it also has to include the conclusion to the Laurie and Michael stuff. And I was surprised watching it that was the stuff that actually kind of disappointed me watching the film, where I was like, oh, I thought this was going to be about Corey, and I would have been cool to see Corey actually involved in the climax, which I won't spoil for anyone, but you know, it definitely is like, we advertised this as Michael versus Laurie showdown, and we didn't do it for about an hour and a half, but we'll do it for the last 10 minutes to wrap this all up, which was just a weird decision. But ultimately, I gotta say, the fact that they had no idea where to go with these movies because they were total cash grabs, and they ended up making some weird, like, Christine Last Temptation of Michael Myers ass sequel that, you know, with this character Corey, I was there for it. It was just weird enough that I liked it. Yeah,
it's definitely, it's a ridiculous movie, but it does really double down on all the stupidity of what Kills would do, to the degree that it becomes kind of entertaining. But I myself didn't end up loving it, but I would honestly retackle it just to see if another view would help. But yeah, it's
hell yeah,
it's insane. It's quite a weird one. So yeah, my next one is Studio 666. Directed by B.J. McDonnell, which is the
dude. You saw so much stuff that I didn't see.
Yeah, this is a strange one. It's Foo Fighters made a movie, basically a horror movie.
Dave Grohl, yeah.
I believe Dave Grohl is a big fan of film. I know he's been in a couple things. He is kind of an actor in a sense. He's been in like Tenacious D, I think a couple other things. He's really good at comedy for the most part, and this one is essentially the Foo Fighters, the actual band, and it's all the members, like they act in it, and for the most part they're okay. I think they chose specific members of the band that were probably better at delivering lines, because some of them have more than others, and I think that's on purpose. But for the most part, they do a good job, and they don't. I think my favorite part of this is that they don't stray away from the violence. This is actually one of the gorier films that I saw this year. It has insane kills, and it's trying to be over the top and a little bit humorous about it. And it's basically a very simple premise where the Foo Fighters go into this old big house, and then Dave Grohl finds himself kind of becoming like possessed, and he's absolutely obsessed with making this one 45-minute long song that just keeps going and going, to the point where the band is like, what are you doing? This isn't what we do. This is just madness. Like, I don't know what's going on. And then people start dying, and it's a surprisingly good little horror movie, and it's probably a little bit too long given its premise, but it is filled with a lot of good jokes and really good gore gags. So I would recommend it, and it's fun to see the Foo Fighters just kind of fuck around a little bit too. So and then get brutally murdered. So yeah, I would recommend it. It's fun.
Cool. The next one I wanted to bring up was actually a French action film called Lost Bullet 2, directed by one Guillaume Pire. I don't know. I should be better at French, but I'm not. But it is obviously, because it's Lost Bullet 2, it is the sequel to Lost Bullet. So I ended up having to catch up with Lost Bullet as well, which came out in 2020. Somehow it just missed our genre film watching in 2020. So I ended up watching both to catch up with this, and I thought both of these films were really cool. Very much in the style of sort of like a little bit of like this patient Eurocrime kind of feel to it, where it's like it's like a character revenge story almost, but functionally it's combined with like one of the early Fast and Furious movies that were like kind of grounded in sort of like the melodrama and codes of honor and the underworld of characters who just really love getting into souped up cars and getting into issues with drug trafficking and stuff like that. I was just surprised watching both of them, because it literally follows like a dude who's like a criminal who gets caught and has to basically be turned into a mechanic for the cops. Mm-hmm. So he basically makes like go fast cars for a special drug task force so that they can, keep up with the criminals. But then he finds himself in like a series of sort of like criminal and cop, like corruption, essentially some conspiracies. There's like a conspiracy thriller element to it. And I do think that the films both lean a little heavily on kind of like archetypes, and like like the characters are a little bit generic, not the most personality to them, but the filmmaking, it's just good. It's really old school, solid. Like when people get into a fist fight brawl, it's very meaty. The impacts are big. Characters are like in a room fighting multiple people, and the car stunts, for the budget level these guys are working on, really impressive car stunts, including like the usual stuff to be impressed by, like seeing shots of like a car on fire and you can see it on fire through the windshields while the characters are driving them, or like a part where there's in the first one, and they repeat it in the second one, there's like this element where like the guy who designs these cars puts like a giant metal hook on the front of his car so he can drive up behind other cars and like tear their real axles off. And in the first one, he does it so that he can basically tear the axle off and then use the car as like a meat shield. He can drive it around in front of it because it doesn't have the back wheels. He's now driving it. And in the second one, it literally just has like explosives on the hook now, and the cars just like launch 50 feet into the air with like people in them. And it's pretty wild stuff, and there's some elements of it that like remind you a little bit of like the really intense American famous car chase stuff. Like the second one has a reference to like To Live and Die in LA, for example, where they do like a big like tunnel pursuit and stuff like that. And the second one, especially the back like 45 minutes to half hour of it, is like one long chase set piece. It like with various like borders and roadblocks and car swappings and decent stuff in my opinion. And for French action films going straight to Netflix, I'm not hearing too much about them, so check both of them out. Yeah,
they're sturdy, very solidly made. My next one is Emily the Criminal, directed by John Patton Ford, starring Aubrey Plaza. This
good performance.
Yeah, really good performance. This one is like it's a pretty simple premise of a girl that just needs money. She has student debt. She can't really find a good job. She doesn't have the most stable personality to keep the jobs that she has as well, but she finds herself very
And she has a
good.
criminal record, which makes it hard to in interviews and stuff as well.
Yeah. And so she finds this guy that she ends up getting involved with kind of like credit card scams. And as the jobs get bigger, she finds herself just, getting deeper into the underworld. A very typical story, but the performances are really good, and it accents the relationships that she's forming within the criminal underworld to a really good degree, where she starts to kind of have like a romantic relationship with her boss that gets her into the job itself. But then, she starts to meet the people that he's connected to, and things get complicated. It is a very typical story. It's just really sturdy and well done and well performed. And it's like 90 minutes, so it feels like a just really nice, contained kind of crime, somewhat thriller, mostly drama, but there's enough crime elements in there that I felt like I could count it. So it's pretty good, and I would check it out.
Yeah, it's definitely trying to get in on some of the popularity around like Good Time, and like that film's kind of like very intimately scaled, like transactional class desperation thrills that it's doing, where it's like, it's all shot handheld and ground level, basically attached to Aubrey Plaza's head for most of the film, and it's basically just like watch her navigate, becoming someone who's like trying to be, maintain, like just trying to pay off her debts and trying to do it legally, and then slowly making compromises in order to, do it in order to, like watching Plaza go from, being someone who is not a very comfortable criminal operator. And then over the course of the film, by the end of it, she goes from being money mindset amateur to being like, the most controlling and commanding person in the hostile situation she finds herself in. And she really sells that arc. So it was one of the few films that came out of Sundance this year that got acclaim, and I watched it and I went, okay, I get it. She's good.
Yeah. Yeah, it is fun to
watch. A lot of the
her.
time Sundance acclaim comes out and I'm like, what the fuck were those people smoking?
Yeah. It is fun to watch her find her kind of like newly found confidence within the criminal underworld, just as she gets better at it and everything. It's, like I said, simple, but just well done.
Totally agree. The next one for me is Rob Zombie, baby, The Munsters.
Nice. Yeah, I like this one too.
Had to throw it on there because, just seeing the boy Rob Zombie just very lovingly go back to an old television program that he loved, sitcom, and just, clearly showing that he has a passion for, old chintzy kinds of horror. I think it was Will Sloan, friend of the pod, Will Sloan, in his review summed it up really well, where he said that he admires how omnivorous Rob Zombie's love for horror is. We know that he loves grimy 70s stuff, but he also loves the cheapest, cheesiest Halloween aesthetics and wants to preserve them. And that's ultimately absolutely what I got out of this film, because it's a little long. And definitely it's not like necessarily for me. This is not my preferred form of horror, or even Rob Zombie horror. But I really don't know what to say to a world that looks at this and like rejects it. That, how old school and silly, spooky and tacky, and just how gleefully childish it is, right down to its visual sensibility. Too. Yeah, like I described it as like a psychedelic Party City commercial, like just the colors, definitely. The wipes, the sets, the makeup. Like, it's obvious he had money to shoot this film, and regardless, he chose to make it look like him and his friends raided a bunch of closets for costumes and decorations and just kind of started shooting. And it to me, that's incredibly charming. And I get that some people thought it was, I don't know, maybe too silly, or they didn't find it funny, or, but I don't know. I thought Jeff Daniel Phillips was hilarious.
So good. He's the best in it for sure.
Yeah. And it's like, look, I didn't grow up with like carnies for parents as Rob Zombie did, but it reminded me of my time working for those like Halloween haunted houses and just how fun it is to do that kind of stuff. So I had to throw it on the list.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I love how much heart that he has in that film. It's not really for me overall. I can't wait till he goes back to the grimy, depraved stuff that he usually does. But I really felt how much he loved the Munsters, and I think that's the important thing with that. So My next one is this one. This one's decent. But I did want to include it here. It's called Sissy. It's directed by Kane Scenes and Hannah Barlow. It is pretty like Gen Z, but I thought of this film as the better version of Bodies, a little bit. It does deal with like the social media aspect of the generation and kind of like specifically influencers, the ones that deal with mental health when they have no real education on the matter, but they're like helping people through their suicidal thoughts and stuff like that. And then it turns into this kind of more serial killer vibe. But essentially it's a girl that gets invited to a party that she's not necessarily invited to by the actual host, but an old friend of hers she runs into invites her. And there was a violent history that they had when they were kids because she was bullied and she had a reaction to that they still remember, 15 years later. And so it gets a little bit complicated within the relationships, and then things start to just kind of spring up from there. And once again, it's one of those things that about halfway through something happens that kind of changes the direction of the movie. And I don't want to spoil it. So it's cool. But it's good. It's decent. And it also doesn't stray away from the kind of perverse aspects and violence, which we always love and respect on this show. So yeah, it's called Sissy.
Cool. That actually leads me into my next one, just because it sounds not completely similar, but mine is also it's called Piggy, which kind of rhymes with Sissy a little bit. Directed by Carlota
These two would
Perea.
be a decent double feature, I think.
As soon as you said that it was about like a bullying thing, I was like, okay, this adds up. Then this is a neat little Spanish. I called it like a sort of slasher movie because it like the premise. It feels like a character who wouldn't be in a slasher movie like walks into a slasher movie, and the slasher movie kind of is on the periphery of the actual main character, which is definitely like a cool approach. And this is a debut feature adapted from a short film, apparently. And so it starts as like an indie drama just about this overweight girl, the son of a butcher who works in his shop, who's just viciously bullied by the other girls at school. And at a certain point, after being horribly mocked, and we're talking horribly mocked, like to the level that like someone would commit suicide over. She stumbles upon a dirty van on a back road, almost out of like a Tobe Hooper movie, where she sees that this like psycho murderous killer man has essentially kidnapped and is likely preparing to go Texas Chainsaw mode on her skinny tormentors. Which I don't know if I mentioned she's being viciously mocked for being overweight. Right. Which is where the title comes from as well. Obviously, they call her Piggy. But what's interesting is, as in that moment, she makes the choice to just basically say like "fuck them," like just let the killer do his thing. Fuck these, skinny assholes. And I won't spoil the rest of the movie from there. I do think that it, some of the destination is like a bit. There's some elements to it that's a little strange, and some choices that are made that I don't know completely work. Like that, she strikes up a little bit of a relationship with the killer in a way that I don't know if I fully bought. But the main girl, Laura Galen, gives a pretty good performance. And in terms of movies about like an obese character that came out this year that was shot in Academy ratio, I kind of like this a little bit more than I like The Whale, which I thought was a little bit kind of like overwrought and artificial, and definitely tried to make its like overweight character like a martyr and kind of gawk at them a little bit. This one, I really liked that it just treated her like any other like flawed character. And it was like, you're kind of sympathetic towards her, but she's also capable of making some really bizarre and cruel decisions. And yeah, it also has like a pretty gory conclusion, I'll say. And it almost goes into not as extreme as this, but it reminded me a little bit of like the torture porn era a little bit, where every single movie was like trying to be like the Texas Chainsaw remake. Even the Hills Have Eyes remake was like basically a Texas Chainsaw movie at a certain point. So definitely the climax kind of feel like it comes from that era. Yeah, so, cool movie.
The violence aesthetic is kind of that like a lot of dirt and that dark red blood that just feels like, just more realistic, I guess, than the kind of splatter that you're used to. So yeah,
Yeah, people covered in filth and hanging from meat hooks and
Right.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Nice. My next one is Speak No Evil, directed by Christian Tafdrup. It's a
Cool.
Danish film, and essentially it's kind of, I guess you could call this one another slow burn horror thriller movie, but this one I found to be kind of creepy right away, even though it's dishing it out pretty slowly. Essentially what it is a family meets a couple on a holiday, and they get along really well, and they decide like one of these days they're gonna come visit them and start an actual friendship. And so they go and visit the family, and at first it seems really nice and they're getting along well, but slowly as the weekend goes, things just start to become really uncomfortable, and they start to have these really strange social interactions, both within like the couple that's staying that they're staying at, and just their interactions with their kids are getting uncomfortable as well. And what is revealed eventually is, I think, incredibly dark, and it kind of, I don't want to spoil anything. It can get hard on this show, but it has a pretty miserable ending, which I wasn't quite expecting, just given the premise of it. And you're essentially just watching people find out who these supposed friends are. Like they come off as they start as strangers, have this nice moment on the holiday, and then try to get to know somebody. And just as these things go on, it gets worse and worse. And even to the point where they start to dive into that, like, when is it appropriate for you to call someone else out on their bullshit before you leave and say that they're bad people and all of that. There's a great scene eventually where they actually do call them out on some of the behavior that they're doing, and they're just like, oh, well, this is why we did this. This is why we did that. And it actually seems like it would be something that you could believe and be like, oh, okay, maybe this behavior isn't all that bad. It's kind of justified. And then things go from there. So it's a very interesting, I think, psychological thriller, and I had a lot of fun with it. So yeah, Speak No Evil.
Cool. Well, looking at the time here, we are going to have to start speeding up through our honorable mentions, because this always happens to us where we get so excited to talk about all the fun little movies. And I do, we are going to keep this going because we want to recommend as much stuff as we can, but I am going to try and speed things up a little bit here.
Yeah, me too.
So I'm going to do two real quick ones because I don't know if they made Jamie's list or not. But one I know didn't. One I liked was Watcher, which was a sort of like a psychological thriller that it's sort of like Kimmy, I guess it was trying to do like the Hitchcock Rear Window thing. Yeah. But it has Micah Monroe from It Follows, who I think and like The Bling Ring and The Guest, and she's a very good actress. And I think that she, for me, is kind of like the central reason that I really liked the film. She is really good at being vulnerable and terrified, and she carries this through some of the more sort of predictable slow burn stretches of the film, but ultimately it's like a gaslight kind of like voyeuristic thriller about a young actress who moves into a new town with her husband, and across the way there is this mysterious stranger across the street who she thinks is spying on her and stalking her, and it does end up in I was glad in like it's one of those ones where half the time it's like, is she crazy or is she imagining this? Mm-hmm. And I'm always appreciative of the films that don't end on the is she just pointlessly crazy for no reason, and that was the only reason this movie exists. So this does have an actual confrontation at the end that I liked.
There are a couple good moments that I still remember from that. I felt like it was a little bit
it's a little slow.
Yeah, but it does have some moments. But continue.
There's some nice atmosphere and some nice shots in it too, for once again a debut film. Yeah. To throw in the direct-to-video angle, I wanted to throw in The Contractor, which was Chris Pine and Ben Foster. directed by Tariq Sella, came out really early in the year. Most people probably forgot about it by now, but I do think that it has this very broad melodrama and like anguish tone to it that feels like a little bit unearned in the film. Like it has this very like, look what we've done to our veterans who have to like turn bad and go into private contracting in order to, make a living and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But after about like the opening half hour or so, it switches modes and it just starts becoming this like, Chris Pine, in order to make some extra money on the side, has to become this like private NatSec operator. And it just becomes like an almost like a Tom Clancy-esque movie. Like it's like, It's a very bleak, dirty world of the way these guys operate in, has some nice widescreen framing to it, solid like tactical action sequences to it, and pretty brutal kills. And so despite the sort of predictable revenge trajectory of the movie, I do think that it has some sort of like angry sort of le carre corruption complications to the story. It has a little bit of a paranoid perspective, and it gets pretty in the mud with Chris Pine and Ben Foster when they decided to start having to kind of rage against the machine, I guess you could say.
Hell yeah.
And start shooting down all of these people. And also, once again, and part of it could just be you've got Pine and Ben Foster together. They are very good at that world-weary brotherly charm, which I've always appreciated between them in that film, Hell or High Water. So
really
there are
good.
much worse ways you could spend 100 minutes in the direct-to-video action scene this year than The Contractor.
Nice. Yep. Should we just go? Should we start going like two at a time? That kind of thing.
Just go two at a time.
Yeah,
and
sweet.
shorten them down a little bit. Yeah.
Cool. All right. So the next one for me, and this is more of just like a solid film that I thought I was surprised by. Was a Smile, directed by Parker Finn. I went into this thinking that it was just gonna be really fucking terrible. I really thought it was gonna be like the Truth or Dare or Fantasy Island or something like that. I saw the trailer and I just didn't think it sold it very well. But it ended up being a decently fun little thriller. It is, about trauma like every other horror movie it seems this year is, but I felt like it still dove into the kind of more ridiculous aspects with its supernatural elements, and it didn't have that slow burn as much as these other ones do. It does copy a lot of like The Ring and some other movies that you've seen with its premise. Like It Follows was another one that I thought of the entire time. But it's still a lot of fun, and it's a pretty mean ending, which I can always respect as well. So I did enjoy Smile. And then the next one I'll double it up with, because it's also a horror movie from this year, Terrifier 2, which is way too long, but
2.5 hours is a bit much.
yeah, it's way too fucking long, but it has just insanely obnoxious gore gags that I always love and respect. It does try its best to have some more character, but it is very cliche, I would say, in the writing, and probably spends a little bit too much time with how just generic it really is. But given the time that you spend with some of these characters, when the insanely gory stuff happens, to the point of you're just kind of laughing at the screen because of how ridiculous it is, it does kind of pack a bigger punch just watching them interact for so long and then seeing them get just blatantly, brutally murdered. So, and I do understand some people really didn't like this, and I can get that. It spends way too much time doing what it's doing, but I kind of... Eventually, the obnoxious aspect of it won me over a little bit. So I am kind of a fan of the first one as well, which I know some people are not. So it's
well, I was going to say that this one for me was an upgrade on the original, which I did think was, despite being incredibly short and to the point, which I kind of appreciated, it was just it really did feel like it was nothing but a splatter demo reel. And like, this is Damien Leone or Leone, he's very good at this these practical gore effects that he likes doing, these like old school like cranberry sauce-esque like animatronic heads, and like a very old school gore effects that I like. But definitely that first film for me had just like the visual ambition of it was like it looked like an ugly 2015 like YouTube short, in my opinion, and I didn't care for the way that it like looked. And this one, you could argue has like, he's doubling down on some of it. Like it still has like a very cheap, do it yourself, like low rent kind of look to it. But in this one, I actually thought that he upped the mood of it, that he tried to get like a little bit of like a Halloween slasher kind of quality to it that definitely helped the goopy gore effects get sent home a little bit more. But just like the carnival-esque sets that he's doing and the weird in-universe like world building with the dreams and the music and the TV shows and stuff that he was building, definitely got into that. But yeah, if you don't like the idea of a mugging mime, just thinking hijinks is like delighting in torturing a woman in like an entire set piece where he's like skinning her and then pouring salt on her wounds and like he's like Charlie Chaplin. This movie will not be for you, I don't think. But I will say, just kind of impressed that these things exist.
Yeah.
And also it was kind of like
so
the
well.
surprise hit. Yeah, it was the surprise hit of the year. Like this cost like very little money to make, and it actually did end up, making quite a bit of money just for how impressively gross and sadistic and it is. It has to get a shout out in the show, I feel like.
Yeah, and the director does all the makeup and effects, which is really cool. So I kind of appreciate that too.
Very cool. Hell yeah. I'm getting close to the end here. So I am going to do the double whammy of two that don't really make sense going one back to back after each other. But I'm going to give a shout out to Bones and All.
Hell yeah, me
by
too.
Luca Guadagnino, which was his follow-up to Suspiria, which I think was on our top 10 the last time he had a genre film. And this one didn't quite make it for me this year, even though I do think it was a pretty sort of like neat concept where he was trying to merge like the Badlands style sort of like beautiful road movie of like young lovers who are killers on the run. And he tried to merge it a little bit with like something like Near Dark or like a cannibal movie where the kids have, they are killers, but they are killers specifically because they have a sickness that they are, at once trying to fight, but also trying to come to terms with and maybe find a way to live with it. And the movie is very, very pretty, as always with Luca. Like it's shot on film. The Midwest photography that they shot looks amazing. And Timothy Chalamet and Taylor Russell, the two main kids, are quite fun. The only issue for me is that I could tell that Luca, and this has been clarified for me in interviews, is he wanted to make like a very tasteful, like young adult romance story, which, partially comes from the book. It's based on a young adult book.
Yeah.
The only issue with me for that is that as a result, he does kind of sacrifice the genre elements.
Yeah.
And
Agreed.
it's he a lot of the time he very tastefully like pans away from violence, or he cuts away from it. And there is some stuff in the end, I will say he finally indulges in it in a pretty nasty little finale that he does.
Yeah.
But it's just, as a result, I felt that, the perversity of this film is meant to be that these characters are young teen romance, but the twist is that, they have this desire and addiction to do this horrible violence. And for me, it just kind of dulled the effect of that perversity that he, kept constantly like having characters talk about their addiction like off screen.
Right.
And every time we got to a scene where you would be like, oh, this is the scene where we're finally going to see them like take pleasure in the violence or something like that. It regularly, doesn't indulge in it in that way. And part of me understands why he went with that route. But, for me, I definitely would have liked to have seen like a less nice core version of this story. And I think it might have had a little bit more impact if he went that way with it.
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree.
And then the other one for me is Shin Ultraman.
Yeah.
Directed by Shinji Higuchi of Attack on Titan, replacing Hideaki Anno, I don't remember how to say his name, of Neon Genesis Evangelion, who was the original director of Shin Godzilla, which was sort of a Japanese update on trying to bring back the old school kaiju sort of story structure and film. And I really liked Shin Godzilla in terms of how it does like a sort of bureaucratic political satire on everyone. It almost reminded me of the original Godzilla, where half the movie is like people in boardrooms like having terrible responses and making terrible government policies about the response to Godzilla. That's what Shin Godzilla felt like it was a little bit of a return to, plus also a return to like genuine horror imagery, in my opinion. So Shin Ultraman is, you know, an attempt to bring back Ultraman in the same way. And Ultraman I'm a little bit less familiar with than Godzilla, but I know that he's definitely more of like he's more of like a traditional giant superhero.
Yeah.
And he has like a TV
superhero-esque.
show. Yeah. So this film, in my opinion, kind of leans a little bit more into that, even though it basically picks up with a task force now established to like fight creatures. But yeah, for me, Shin Ultraman, it's a little bit lower tier than Shin Godzilla, just because it has less of that like horror and less of that sort of like satire to it.
Yeah.
But it still maintains like giving these like anime directors these massive budgets for these like old school kaiju movies is really cool, because even though the visual effects aren't as like, I would say, like photoreal as what they try to do with bigger budgets over here, I found the imagery and the scale of it like still really impressive in this film. Like
Definitely.
watching a giant like Ultraman fight a giant like drill horn kaiju and, you know, like tear apart an entire construction site, and bringing back the old school stuff of like tripping over power lines or like
The old
nuclear
effects.
beams, and the old like sound effects and everything too.
Yeah.
It's using animation to recreate the like suit era of the kaiju, and with the music and with the big punching and the lasers and the cartoon superheroics, and it also has like a really, really cool, in my opinion, like psychedelic science fiction finale where Ultraman like goes into space, and every time he gets into fights, there's like these sick electric guitar licks going off, and you know, like, and it goes back to the old school like extraterrestrial conspiracies and stuff like that. So it's, you know, it is very solid in my opinion, and lots of dynamic shooting, digital photography and colors and everything like that. And it is cool to see that someone is trying to bring back, you know, the old school Japanese kaiju era of filmmaking.
Yeah, 100%. My next one is All Quiet on the Western Front.
Sweet, that's on mine too.
Yeah, and this one I almost loved this. It's just I felt like it needed to. What it does is it adds a bunch of stuff where they're dealing with kind of the like the leaders that are just talking heads around a table, kind of discussing what they're going to be, where they're going to be taking these soldiers that we're seeing are just going through absolute hell. And I understand why they would include that, because they're trying to say, like, look at the difference between the two lifestyles and between the people that are in command and the people that are just fighting.
The people
on the
who
ground.
make policy and
And so I like that point. It's just that it kind of takes you out of that visceral danger that comes from being in the trenches, and I think that's really what this should have been focused on. And I believe that's what the book is focused on entirely, as well as I think the older adaptations of this film. So I still really liked it. It still has all of the grit necessary when you are in the trenches. I just think going away from that wasn't the best idea. So I didn't end up absolutely loving it, but I do think it's a really strong film, and it looks amazing. It really does.
I mean, it was cool to see a German filmmaker get a chance to like adapt the German novel, because that was the big thing. This was the first time a German production has actually adapted All Quiet on the Western Front, which is obviously about, you know, written by Eric Remarque, who was a guy who actually did serve in the trenches in World War I at the age of 18 and basically watched all his friends die. So it's partially autobiographical, like all of the on the ground detail, and as a result, you know, like it's a nasty movie. Like people getting squished by tanks, people's like heads being taken off, and the way it just like
takes
stacks.
for somebody to die in front of you when you just like stab them. That's a huge scene with that, which is devastating to watch.
Yeah. So just the commitment to, you know, showing the mud caked piles of boys who, like, for example, at one point in the film, like take their gas masks off too early and just all die overnight, or, you know, having the one of my favorites is one of the opening montages is the details of how they strip the frostbitten corpses from the battlefield of their clothes, and it shows you the mechanics on how those clothes then, get washed and repurposed and handed to the next set of kids. Like they're literally reusing the same clothes for the new fresh-faced boys who are about to get thrown into the mud pit and be set on fire and explode for meat sacks for the fatherland. And it's pretty I do think that, in my opinion, choosing to make it has a little bit of Hollywood war entertainment to it. Like some of it is a little bit more like 1917 than necessarily something like Come and See, which is, I feel like, what the material deserves a little bit more of.
Yeah.
But the few bits that remind you of something like Come and See are quite good. So yeah, this was on my list as well.
Nice. Yeah. The other one I'll pair it with, even though they're not really related whatsoever, is The Stranger, directed by Thomas M. Wright, with Joel Edgerton and Sean Harris. It's a pretty basic premise where it's about an undercover cop that's investigating a missing child's case. Has now befriended Sean Harris, who is the suspect of that case. And it's just about the complications that come with being undercover, making friendships to get information, stuff that you've definitely seen before, but there's a real dark tone to it. And you feel as if Edgerton's character by the end really does not know where he lies any longer with the friendship that he's made with Sean Harris's character, where he is with the case, where he is as a cop. It feels very dark and kind of ambiguous with where he ends up. So I did enjoy it quite a bit. So I would recommend that one as well.
Yeah, two very quick ones for me. One, A Wounded Fawn.
Yeah.
By Travis Stevens, which was a cool little horror film that was like, it sort of starts off in the realm of like, it's a misogynistic serial killer home invasion thing about like a girl who's, going to a cabin with a guy for like seemingly like a date weekend kind of type deal. And it's eventually sort of revealed that, this guy is a killer who is sort of like kidnapping and murdering women due to, some sort of, weird, possibly supernatural desire that he has. And once that's revealed, and he sort of like kills this woman, it turns into like a much weirder, slower, like lo-fi supernatural revenge movie, which sort of in premise, weirdly enough, kind of reminded me of the shot on video film we covered on the show once, Red Spirit Lake.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because that's a movie about all the female spirits who have suffered at the hands of men, like coming back and just like killing the guy who did it to them.
Yeah.
And the one thing I'll say is that I do prefer Red Spirit Lake because its version of killing people is like a spirit's fist going up a man's asshole and coming out the other side.
Hell yeah.
This version is much more of like a sort of like cheap 70s, like 16 millimeter experimental, like community theater kind of horror thing where like they're dressed in like the weird owl costumes that made me think of like the Italian horror film Stage Fright, or it even has a part in the final 5 minutes where like these spirits who are haunting this guy who's running around the forest scared will just be like, you've hurt women and that's why we're doing this to you. And I was like, I don't know 100% that was necessary. Yeah. But hey, shot on 16 millimeter, cool lo-fi, sort of horror aesthetic to it. Cool that it moves from a home invasion thriller to like a supernatural haunting where the main character is actually a serial murderer who's being haunted by his victims. And it does have a pretty cool little gore gag ending, I thought, and like credit sequence that I kind of appreciated.
Yeah, very slow.
Yeah, so I'll throw that one in there, and the other one I'll throw in just because it also, I guess, has kind of like a filmic Euro horror vibe to it. Flux Gourmet, Peter Strickland.
Yeah.
The British genre filmmaker who's made the show a couple of times, because I think In Fabric might have been on my list in 2018, somewhere in the top 10. Mm-hmm. Very cool, sort of a guy who merges like old school Euro horror with like a sort of like fashionable satirical kind of element in this perverse way that I enjoy, like the Duke of Burgundy, in my opinion. Fantastic romance about a sadomasochistic relationship. And it's basically like his version of something like, I don't know, Phantom Thread, I guess, but with like S&M. and and in Fabric is like this department store like ghost story about a cursed dress that just kind of goes from person to person, and uses retail surfaces and mannequins and in a cool way. But this one is closer to his film Berberian Sound Studio, which is kind of like about the psychotic power dynamics and inner workings of like a dubbing house where they work on like shitty Italian horror films, sort of like a Blowout, I guess.
Yeah.
But this is set in like a culinary performance art collective. And it's all about like, just like, sort of like Duke of Burgundy, it's all about just exploring like the strange fetishes and kinks of these characters through like bizarre psychodrama. And it has like distorted noise music and like naked people covered in goopy layers of food and doing like sex play with like pigs and eggs and farting and digestive issues. And it even has like some new Suspiria style like performance art dance sequences. And yeah, it's I honestly didn't love it. I didn't like it as much as I like Duke of Burgundy or In Fabric, especially. But I gotta say, people should know that Peter Strickland is out there still making weird shit. That definitely is in the realm of stuff we like, and he keeps casting that woman too, Fatma Mohammed. Mm-hmm. She's in every one of his films, and she looks like she has been transported from like a 70s obscure Italian giallo. Always appreciate every time she pops up.
Yeah, hell yeah.
For you.
So I am going to go with Duel, directed by Riley Stearns. This one, it's kind of a similar thing with it's like a little bit of a slow burn, but the premise itself I find to be fascinating right away. Kind of Black Mirror-esque, I guess. Basically, it's a woman that is terminally ill, and there's this new company that allows her to clone herself so that it will ease her family and friends into the loss, because she'll still be around, but it won't technically be her, but it's supposed to, the clone is supposed to learn everything about you, act like you, all that, take all your quirks, all of that. And essentially what happens is the clone starts to make her own decisions and become like the better version of her. And she starts to notice that, because she's not dead yet. She is actually supposed to take the time to teach the clone a little bit before she passes away. And then there's just a lot of complications within her relationship when her husband starts to, interact with the clone and starts to see more of their like old relationship within the clone rather than with her. And so there's some cool little interesting interactions that come with that. So I thought it was a decent film, and it's 90 minutes. So even though it has a little bit of that slow burn, it doesn't it doesn't overstay its welcome. And if you're a fan of, can't remember his name right now, the director that did The Lobster and Sacred of a Killing of a Sacred Deer, I think that's what it's called. It kind of has similar ways that the people interact.
Yorgos Lanthimos.
Yeah, it has similar ways that people interact, where it's like they're almost talking in this clinical sense. They're not exactly talking like real people. They're very direct and to the point, and almost like lacking emotion at certain points. So it does take a bit from that to the point where it's a little bit derivative, but I still thought it was an interesting movie. And then to pair that, even though they don't have anything to do with each other at this point, we're just getting through it. Detective versus Sleuths, directed by Y. Phi. I hope I'm saying that correct. This one it was a lot of fun. Essentially, it's about a murder that took place, and this cop did some things in order to try to convince people that he knew who the suspect was, that got him into some trouble, and kind of he lost his position in the police station, and then it's kind of it jumps years later to when he is still suffering these mental breakdowns about the case, but is still convinced that he can find the killer and crack the case. But he's seeing things, like he imagines having a gun when he doesn't. So there's a lot of really fun moments where he's, chasing a suspect and he's pointing a gun, and in his mind he's seeing it, but then it cuts to him and he's just using like a finger gun and actually acting like he's shooting people. And it leads to a lot of like fun little action sequences, and it's an interesting movie because of the tone that it takes. There's a lot of Strange Things, where it's kind of got horror aspects to it. It's got comedy. There's action. There's like your traditional crime stuff. So it's kind of a mix mash of genres a little bit and tone. But I think they balance each other well. They balance it out pretty well. So I would recommend it.
Cool. Yeah, I'm getting very close to the end here, so I'm going to do 2 here. I've got Dog, which I'm throwing in here, which is definitely more of, I guess you could say, kind of like a drama, but it has sort of like a military sort of crime angle to it a tiny bit, which was kind of the surprise of the year for me, because it was directed by Channing Tatum and his Magic Mike co-screenwriter Reed Carolyn. And based on the marketing and the premise of the film, which is like essentially, Channing Tatum is this army ranger who needs to take this very adorable German Shepherd on a road trip across the Pacific Coast Highway in order to attend the funeral of a veteran who used to be the owner of this dog. And so the dog he's driving the dog to a funeral. And you would think that this movie would fit very snugly into the like overlit sentimental studio like weepy of like a Lifetime movie about like all the horse girls and the girls who are like families of army brats would be like, oh, it's just so beautiful. He's driving the dog across the country. They're gonna get to that funeral in time. Oh my god! And to credit, I think Tatum and Reed Carolyn, there's some sentimentality to it that definitely plays a tiny bit to that crowd and like the broad strokes of it, but the actual film has some darker like episodic detail to it about like the brain injuries that they've suffered, the poverty he sees on the road, the alcoholism, and sort of some racism in American military culture. And there's even a part where it threatens to briefly turn into like White Dog, like the Sam Fuller movie about like the racist dog, where like like this dog might be trained to like attack people because of the the way that he's been trained to like attack people like in Iraq or something. And regardless, either way, the entire movie is done through the stylistic lens of the Magic Mike, like working class, like road movie hangout thing that they've been experimenting with those 2 films. And I thought I'd throw it in to, get people hyped for Magic Mike 3, because I like those movies a lot. And Channing Tatum, it's very surprising that he directed, a pretty good movie. And I will say a good looking movie. Like the digital anamorphic framing, the lighting, the color grading, like it is a surprisingly like nice looking movie.
Yeah, it is.
And I am going to also throw in Saloum, the I believe the Senegal film. Which is basically a sort of like a Western horror film about these like 3 mercenaries who have to extract a drug lord out of a situation, and they end up sort of like crash landing and having to hide out in this region of Saloum, Senegal, where it turns into more of like a sort of mystical horror element. And Jamie and I covered this in the bonus transmission, so we did talk about it for longer. And I think we were both a tiny bit disappointed in how it physically manifests some of the horror elements, where it's a lot of kind of like sort of like CG bugs attacking people in some cases. But I was just extremely impressed with the way that this looks and the way that it moves for its budget level, and was really impressed by the sustained tension of like the opening half of it before it goes horror mode. Like it reminded me of what is that? What's that Robert Rodriguez film? I don't know. From Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah. Where like the first half is like neo-noir Western and the second half is horror. This has a similar thing to it. And the opening crime thriller stuff in this, it's well timed, it's tense. The look of it reminds me of like a spaghetti Western Miami Vice or something like that. And it's colorful, and it was definitely, it's available on Shudder, and not often do you get to see a Western come out of, like Africa, and it be as stylish and on this kind of budget level, honestly. So good for them.
Yeah, 100%. I would agree. So I've got here. I'll just give you the rest here real quick. So I got The Big Four, which actually just came out, and I had time to check it out, and I wasn't going to, but then I realized that it was directed by the guy that did The Night Comes for Us, which is something that I think we had on our top 10.
We both had our top 10 when it came out. Great movie.
I had to check it out, and it is too long. I will say that it's 140 minutes, so it's almost 2.5 hours.
Oh boy!
And I just think he needed to break it down, but this seemed kind of like a passion project for him, because he really tries to flesh out the relationships between the four people that are essentially taking a vengeance story.
Is it just as gory as Night Comes for Us?
Yes, that's the thing.
Okay, that's cool.
They take more time with the characters because it's about a father that's killed, and so these four eventually decide to take vengeance and take out the person that took out the father, and they are kind of they're assassins, so they're well skilled in killing and guns and whatever other weaponry. So there's tons of really fun and really kinetic fighting and shooting and a lot of gore. Like you're seeing people get their heads blown off by shotguns and all of that. But it's kind of interesting because the tone still takes this almost. It's almost like juvenile the way that the comedy is, but then they're just blowing people's heads and limbs off, and people are getting exploded by RPGs, and like their feet are just still on the ground, but the shins are cut off and all of that. It's just it's not perfectly balanced, but there's a lot of fun to be had, and there's some great action sequences. So I would still recommend it. It's not quite as good as The Night Comes for Us. I think it needed another edit, but it's still good. And the other one I wanted to include was Neptune Frost, directed by Saul Williams and Amnesia Uziman. This one is really interesting, very kind of like a abstract, more artsy vibe in this one. It's about a group of miners that have kind of realized, and I guess it's within the film they're not really realizing it while you're watching it. It's kind of something that's been brewing, I believe, for these characters, that they're being exploited and need to fight back. But it uses a lot of strange imagery, like all the people have these like wires and computer chips kind of like built into their person. It's kind of cyberpunk-esque. But it is interesting to watch because their surrounding environment isn't the most technologically advanced, but it seems like they've merged within it a little bit, the technology that is available, and so it's very interesting. It's cool. I would recommend this one. It's difficult to explain exactly what happens without major spoilers, and it's kind of a simple premise that they just expand upon. There's a lot of conversations within just learning about their community, how they view the world, how they view their oppressors, and it's pretty good. I did like it. So Neptune Frost would be another one.
Sweet.
So are you done with everything?
I think that I'm done, but only because my last two are like 4-star ones. Like they are technically the highest honorable mentions for me, and I think they possibly could be on your list. Yeah,
I've got. Well, here, let me just. I'll do the stuff that was like almost there but didn't quite make it. I'll just make it quick. The first one is, and don't yell at me, Crimes of the Future, directed by David Cronenberg.
Don't listen to him. Everybody yell at him.
Yeah, just yell at me. Do whatever you need to do. I did really like this. It didn't end up cracking the top 10, and I wanted to like it more than I did. And I'm hoping that one of these days I am going to revisit it and fall in love with it and all of that. But I did watch it like 3 times this year, and every single time it just didn't quite get there for me. And I'm as disappointed in myself as you all are. Okay, so let me just say that. But it is very, very good. I love the aesthetic. I mean, I love what he does. Anytime Cronenberg is like merging the body with technology, which is very often. I love what he has to say and what he brings to the screen. So I did really enjoy it. I just I didn't feel it as much as I would hope that I did. So yeah, but still almost cracked the top 10. It was probably in my top 15 kind of thing. So wanted to mention that. And then the other two, and these, like one of these actually was in the top 10, and then Josh reminded me about another movie that I completely forgot about because it was marked as 2021. But I have Mad God, directed by Phil Tippett, which I think is just a really incredible accomplishment when it comes to stop motion and claymation. The detail in this is just unbelievable, and it's so grotesque and creative with its monster design and its world building and all of that. I think the reason it probably didn't make my top 10 is I didn't get a chance to rewatch it, and I do remember there's like almost there's a lack of dialogue to the point where you really have to focus in on the world that he's created to understand what's going on. And so I just wanted to tackle it again, and I didn't get a chance. So it very well could have cracked the top 10. It's just I wanted to understand it a little more. So it didn't quite make it, but it's fantastic, and I would highly recommend it. I did 4-star that one. And then the other one, which did, unfortunately, this is the one that got put out of the top 10 when Josh reminded me of the other movie, but Avatar, The Way of Water.
Oh, damn.
I thought it was... I am a guy that 3-starred the first Avatar, and I think it's a fine movie. I think it's a lot of fun, really great action choreography. But it just... I don't know. I didn't feel it as much. With this one, somehow, even with it being like 3 hours long, it has a very simple premise about like family and kind of like the military complex and all of that. It's just... he really hones in on the world itself and how the characters interact within that world, and he's focusing more on like the beauty of what he's created rather than diving too hard into any like deep themes or anything like that. The premise is really simple, but I love the look of this movie. It's probably the best looking CGI I've ever seen, honestly. The weight and physics of everybody is incredible. He even has, the scenes where they have actual, human actors mixed in with the Na'vi, and it's unbelievable how just like it's so cohesive the way they look together. The weight and physics of the people on screen are the exact same as the Na'vi on screen, and I couldn't believe it. And I mean, everyone's talked about it, but the way the water looks in this movie is fucking incredible. I can't believe it's done in a computer. I can't believe most of this is done in a computer. It looks so good, and yeah, the action is so good. Because he's using a computer, he's able to put the camera anywhere, and he just has all of these like bird's eye view shots of people flipping over boats and using their creatures to snatch up a driver and bring him into the sea, and like there's just it's really really fun to watch. A great blockbuster. So it almost cracked the top 10, and once again, maybe with some more time it would have, but I saw this like 2 days ago, and I still haven't, I've never been in love with the first one, so I'm still kind of processing a little bit on how much I like it, but I was surprised at how much I do. So, yeah. Nice.
Well, luckily for a lot of the things Jamie was just talking about, we will be mentioning them again a little bit later for reasons you will see why.
Yes.
And so I just had to ask you before, just so I don't go too long on either of them, are Jackass or Batman going to be higher up on your list?
Yeah, Batman is... Jackass, I guess I should mention Jackass too, because I wasn't sure if I was going to count it. I know that it's like...
I put it as honorable mentions just because it didn't really make it anyway, but I figured we should put it on there because I just think the Jackass movies and the way that they've been sort of, like actually... I don't know if you want to say reclaimed. I think they were liked when they came out, but I think that they've been given a little bit more of serious consideration as like an amazing mix of legitimate, like obviously prank comedy, but also like just like, visual creativity and almost body horror and, like just the amount of elaborate visual gags those guys pull off. It is almost to the point of like the kind of stuff that you could imagine the silent era guys would be up to now, maybe just, they'd be torturing their testicles and like having fluids all over their bodies. And they do make, like it's based.
They do make direct references to things like Godzilla and action films and all of that. So
oh yeah, the second one has like a classic spaghetti western theme right before a snake comes out and bites a dude in the penis, and then it turns into like a full blown like 50s American musical,
right?
You know,
and this one starts with the penis Godzilla, I believe. So
yeah, exactly. So like they have a shock cinema sensibility. Like people like John Waters will show up in these movies, and the new one they did this year, Jackass Forever, it was in my honorable mention, so I just wanted to bring it up because family friendly cock and ball torture. It's pretty amazing what these guys are up to. And yeah, the kaiju penis opener where they turn a snapping turtle and dress him up to look like Gamera is sick.
Yeah.
The whole opening montage with them just like doing the stunts and getting exploded everywhere like a military sequence, and the night vision sequence in that one where nobody can see and they start pretending that they're throwing like poisonous animals in there with them and stuff like that. Or there's some incredible gags, and all of the newcomers in it were good. And yeah, just figured it should be thrown a mention because it wasn't on the top 10.
Yeah, for sure.
And
I debated
due
that
to it
one.
not being in Jamie's honorable mentions, I will save my opinions for the Batman until later. But the Batman was on my honorable mentions. But
nice.
We do need to actually get into the top 10 because we said we were going to try and go shorter, and I think we went
way
longer.
Yeah, I feel like we went way longer.
Yeah, we have failed everyone again, but as a result, hey, it's a good failure. If somehow we told you about a movie that wasn't on your radar this year, that's the purpose of this section.
Yeah.
And anyone who is like, don't want this section, you can skip right to the top 10. I'll put the time codes. So
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, with the amount of movies that we just mentioned, I can't imagine you don't have at least a couple extra movies on your list now. So get to watching.
Yep.
All right, so
get the watch list out.
The top
but let's
10.
do it, right?
Yeah.
Let's do the top 10. We got to do it. We got to get moving.
And I am gonna preface this again by like saying I almost never make lists. I find them daunting. I hate doing it. I hate putting things in an order. It just drives me insane because I feel like I will change it tomorrow, or even as soon as we end this, I'll be like, you know what? No, I should have put that there and that there. So I'm just gonna preface this by saying a lot of this isn't in technically like a specific order. I tried my best. I would say the top 5 are probably closer to an actual order, but until then, I just want to say that.
Yeah, no, totally fair enough. And just to be an absolute monster, as always, I am going to cheat. And I have a tie for number 10 because this always happens, because something happens and it kicks out my number 10. And like, unlike Jamie, who is, he has codes of honor. He just kicks something out. I just go, no, I can't kick that out. And unfortunately, Avatar would have, for me, kicked out The Northman, which is going to be my number 10. And I couldn't give it a shout out, even though I knew it was going to be on Jamie's list. So I could have just said it was an honorable mention, but I felt it deserved a spot on the list, and I tied it with RRR, directed by S.S. Rajamouli, because to me, these were the two sides of the brawny, mythic, historical action epics that came out this year. The Northman by Robert Eggers was his version of the story that inspired Hamlet about Almouth, and it had all of the sweating and farting and intestines and volcanoes that Hamlet was missing. Shakespeare, upgrade your game, dude. And obviously it is also sort of a conclusion to a sort of thematic trilogy he's done here of taking these like kind of like old ugly myths. He did he did sort of like he did the witch, and he did the lighthouse, and now he's gone into the sort of barbarism of the of the Vikings and made his own sort of like Nordic Conan the Barbarian, essentially, which is very bloody and mud caked and is definitely a straight up revenge saga, same as Conan was. Even also his dad gets decapitated the same way that it happens in Conan. And Eggers, in my opinion, just it is a surprisingly and, in my opinion, deceptively simple revenge story. Like, it's very animalistic, it's very single-minded, and very much gets into the headspace of like the Alexander Skarsgård Amleth, like this dude who straight up has very old school black and white ideas of this guy killed my father and he kidnapped my family, and now I need to go and kill him and get violently reestablish my honorable patriarchal family name, essentially. And the film to its credit, indulges in all the filthy rage and glory of that. Like when they get into action scenes, it is just a hulking Alexander Skarsgård, just, hunched over, as big as he's ever been, destroying bodies on screen for your entertainment. And it also has some pretty cool little mystical elements as well, where they have like a sort of like a surreal quality, a little bit of sort of like Excalibur quality in there. And I think it was definitely, I won't spoil it for anyone who didn't end up seeing it, but it has some intriguing kind of like twists near the end, where it definitely approaches the fact that, this main character is a kind of a fascist character and has a death drive dream of being like reunited with his forefathers by bathing himself in the blood of his enemies.
Oh, yeah.
And it definitely takes into question, I think, that, the gruesome application of force and his beliefs. He gets some reveals that should shake his beliefs in that system. And unfortunately, he can't necessarily do that. And it's really cool to watch this character basically force his vision on like a real world. And, it definitely has a little bit more on its mind than just like revenge is bad. And it definitely interrogates, I think, the sort of macho fatalism and bloodlust of its characters, and also has a fucking sick ass volcano naked dude fight finale.
Yeah.
That the only thing that is sad about it and the journey to Valhalla is that there's less peens.
Yeah.
There should be full hog. Robert
needed.
Eggers slightly cowardly to not do full hog and have Austin Powers style, the volcano ash and steam kind of cover everything up there. But regardless, elegant long takes, brutal violence, very physical, lots of horror images, very, very good stuff. And definitely, in my mind, went decently with RRR, which was the Tollywood sensation sweeping North America, and more cartoonish and maximalist than The Northman, which is actually surprisingly restrained, I guess I could argue, for its budget level. And RRR, I'm sure most people have heard of it by now, but it just has a level of sort of like heroic bloodshed pageantry. And Jamie and I both not the most familiar with Indian cinema, but I think that this is my breaking point. This is the film that is going to, I have already created a huge watch list of stuff for me to go through and check out.
Yeah, me too.
And in 2023, I'm going to be going and watching a whole bunch more specifically because of this, just because like the animal violence, the dance-like combat choreography, the musicality of it. There's a Passion of the Christ musical sequence, the goriness of the entire thing. Like it's about a revolutionary tribe leader named Beam and a British imperial officer named Raju, who are on opposite sides of a conflict of British colonialists, and who essentially over the course of the film become really, really close friends because of just how honorable they are, and in the face of like this sort of like big political evil. And yeah, just the imagery definitely blew my mind, and we'll probably talk about it a little bit more when I imagine we get a little bit higher on Jamie's list, because this dude on his Sight and Sound list put 2 Mel Gibson films. So that's how I knew immediately that this was definitely Jamie core. It's got like flaming arrows from Rambo. He's got, like Braveheart-esque, like cleansing bloodshed action. He has some chase action set pieces in there. And yeah, I think people have talked about it a little bit. It does have a little bit of a questionable sort of nationalist bent to it, which neither of us are educated enough in Indian politics or cinema to really speak to.
Yeah, so maybe it's easier for us to just let that go.
Which I was going to say, so for me, being unfamiliar with that, it's going to get slotted into the same boat as like Jang Yimou films, which I like for a very similar reason, which is just like, he makes them for a national government that, wants certain stories to be told, but he does it with so much vision and imagination and sort of balletic expressiveness, and they're just musical and violent and incredible. And I knew that I was going to love RRR the second it opened on like a thing that said that there's like 20 different types of animals were not harmed in the making of this movie, by the way, we swear. And I was like, okay, well, I know that there's going to be tons of various animals about to be involved in action in this, and it definitely doesn't disappoint in that department. So that's my number 10.
Nice. My number 10 is Athena, directed by Roman Gavras. I hope I said that right. I'm not sure.
Cool.
It's you didn't see this, right, Josh?
I did not check this out.
Nice.
I did not know that you were going to have it qualify, but I guess it is sort of like a little bit of like a thriller action component, I guess, to it.
Yeah.
It's like a political thing in that way.
Yeah, it's definitely highly political, but I would say like the politics itself are pretty masked. Like they don't talk a lot about their political philosophy. It's more so about the relationships between the various people. Like there's 3 siblings, and like you have one that's really a part of the revolution. You have one that's kind of moved past it, but is trying to work through his younger brother being in the revolution and his other being in the police force. And then you have the one that's in the police force, and they all just kind of clash together. And what Roman does is he has a lot of these like long oneers that are really technically very impressive. I know a lot of people have been just raving about those specifically, but I do think that they are applied well in the sense that, you get this kind of like on ground, real time feeling to what they're doing and what they're going through within the revolution. Like it starts with the death of the youngest brother that kind of sparks all of this. And then from there, it just shows like utter chaos where the camera is running through people, just destroying a building, going down to the ground level where they get into these vans, and then they're traveling full speed down a highway with the vans and like dangling out of it and screaming and doing like these war cries to start the revolution. To the point where it gets all the way to a rooftop where they all meet together and kind of look over the city and like say like this is the beginning of all of the chaos and our revolt. And so I feel like it is a on purposely technical film where it's definitely showing off, but I never felt like it wasn't also saying something at the same time. So it didn't feel like he was just jerking himself off the entire time. It felt well suited to the material. Some people I think are getting a little upset that it doesn't take like a hardened stance on any like political viewpoint, I guess. I would just say it's more about the relationships within those political viewpoints, and essentially just saying like it's the oppressed versus oppressor, and they are revolting now. I'm sure if I rewatched it and was able to pay a little bit more attention to what they're talking about, there's probably at least some specific notions to world viewpoints, but I couldn't say it specifically right now. But it's it's definitely about like going against a police state and all these kids that are revolting,
which makes sense considering his father,
right?
Because his father is Costa Gavras, who did like Z or State of Siege,
right?
Which is the like Italian political.
This is kind of like his
like,
State of Siege. There's just more action involved in it than State of Siege. He's definitely making it more of a thriller, and I think that's why I was able to count it for the list. So
cool.
Would highly recommend, and it's on Netflix, so check it out.
Cool, check it out. My number 9 is Mad God.
Nice.
Directed by Phil Tippett, which is this as Jamie already sort of mentioned in his honorable mentions, is an experimental sort of like stop motion animation horror film. And the word of mouth that was kind of traveling around it when it was coming out was that I thought it was going to be like this series of like inelegantly disjointed like show reel shorts like that were tinkered away at for many years by just this legendary VFX artist, because that was what everyone was saying. They were like, yeah, so this guy on Weekends, Phil Tippett, the guy who did the effects for Piranha, Star Wars, RoboCop, Jurassic Park, Starship Troopers, he just like on weekends he'd just work on this thing, and now it's finally done. And so when I eventually watched the film, I was genuinely surprised to watch it and discover that it was like not only like a coherent like overall story and for a movie, despite the fact that it's done in like this very, as Jamie mentioned, like very wordless kind of nightmare imagery based sort of tonal approach to it.
Yeah.
But it's a post-apocalyptic, like, technological body horror thing, and it's very vivid, and the hellscape of its world is just like disturbingly and lovingly like handcrafted, and yeah, it's essentially this mood piece about like the one last remaining human in the post-apocalyptic aftermath who basically sends these retro steampunk assassins into a sci-fi mineshaft elevator and lowers them down into this like horrible ruinous hell where like giant alien skeletons and silhouettes of creepy stabbings are going on, and it's just grotesque monsters everywhere. And the mission is essentially to take this briefcase containing a bomb and this map, and he follows it to where it tells him to go and blow up this society, because whatever's been organizing beneath the world and has come out of, possibly some sort of nuclear war aftermath or something. It's clearly horrible, and it's a mistake, and it's monstrous. And but essentially, each assassin keeps getting caught or like unable to complete the mission, which they show in this pretty horrible image of like 600 suitcases piled up. You're like, that's how many people have tried to come down here. And it just turns into this like really gruesomely farcical and like bleak cycle. And yeah, there's just it's a technical wonder, the handcrafted design work of everything beautiful. In it, despite it's gorgeous, the like
disgustingly beautiful.
Yeah, the like blood red like sky horizon lines, the textures of the mountains, which almost look like they're fleshy. There's an explosive war zone section at one point that almost looks like the opening scene from the Terminator. And the design work, it's a mix of a little bit of Geiger, a little bit of Tsukamoto, a little bit of like Clive Barker, a little bit, and yeah, like the giant creatures that look like these seared flesh maggots with feet, or the like those characters like biting things in half, or you'll just have monsters just decide to like shit all over the ground somewhere in front of the camera. You get like babies being ground into paste, which then turn into psychedelic like Tree of Life creation sequences. You even get like these live action elements thrown in of like a sadistic surgeon like ripping open a chest cavity and just like stretching guts around. There's parts where one of the guys goes down into like a dungeon and he finds just like masturbating dolls and like animal torture, and yeah, just like an unbelievable vision. And it can definitely lean into some of its shocking and more confusing elements at times, but in my opinion, like, that's only a problem if you do it because you're like being like vague or lazy or just trying to juvenile shock people. In my opinion, I think he does it out of like an actual sustained ambiguity. Like, he wants you to be overwhelmed by the vastness of this world and how horrible it is and how sadistic it is. And he wants you to feel like these characters who have to like crawl through the muck to, maybe blow it up and restart, because that's the way that it works. Like, at a certain point, we started out as just animals. At a certain point, we built skyscrapers and weapons, and we blew ourselves up, and we restarted. And that's how this world was born, and that's how it will be born again. Yeah. And you can kind of feel that, he does see some sort of value in, going through all of the senseless, ugly suffering and kind of pushing through it anyway. So yeah, I got a lot out of Mad God, and was, as far as like, this is probably the first time we've put an animated film in the top 10 genre films. So congrats to fucking Phil Tippett.
Yeah. And honestly, if I got to rewatch it very well could have got into my top 10. So yeah, it's awesome. Highly recommend. My number 9 is The Batman, directed by Matt Reeves.
Sweet.
I really ended up loving this. I mean, there's something to be said about just how many fucking Batman adaptations we get every year or every other year, whatever it is. But this one was just very well done. This is a version of Batman that I've wanted to see on screen for a very long time, and I think they absolutely nail it. I don't even mind that it's 3 hours long. I kind of respect the hell out of it, and I think it utilizes its time well. I think the pacing is surprisingly good, given what it is. It's got a very dark noir aspect to it that I adore. It reminded me, and I think you've said this, Josh, kind of like the Zodiac Killer a little bit. And I guess in a sense that is kind of what they're taking from with the Riddler, giving them these cryptic messages and all of that. So it's
but the style itself has that like
Yes.
dour, conspiratorial sort of crime serial killer saga kind of element to it, and definitely like when in a world where most superhero movies right now are like they play like coy dress up with their influences.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, this movie is sort of like that kind of genre movie. And you're like, well, it's really not. You just, you took like a plot element
Yes.
from it, I guess. Like, no, this stylistically is actually pulling from this kind of mournful, downbeat, kind of, creepy, paranoid crime movie.
Yeah, you've got like Bruce Wayne actually being a voyeur to Catwoman, where you have like legitimate
Going to Palma mode, baby.
Yeah, there's
Yep.
POVs of him with the binoculars and just looking through her apartment,
Just
and,
breathing.
and all the use of shadows and kind of like a lot of this is filmed at night, and if it's not, it's like where the sun is going down. It just feels very much like that dark Gotham City that you get from the comic books, and definitely more
very
realistic,
wet and slow and seedy.
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's really good. And I'm looking forward to whatever Matt Reeves ends up doing with this, because it was a success. So I know we're going to see a ton more. I'm sure, at least a trilogy. I imagine the studio wants. So I'm looking forward to it. I do hope, but. Whatever spoilers, like you didn't know he was coming. The Joker seems that he is going to be introduced, and I know a lot of people are very sick of that, and I totally understand it. I still do love the character, but I am also kind of tired of seeing him. I am, however, interested in whatever they're going to do with him in this world, because I feel like they're going to have to change some things within the context of what they've made this world stylistically and tonally. So we'll see what happens, but this one at least was a winner. So number 9.
Yeah, Reeves is just he's a really great for hire style engineer, and this literally was the last one to not make my list. So like again, even if I rewatched it, it might have even placed a little higher, because I was really taken with it as well. And it was between this and Northman when I was making my top 10 before. I was like, I don't know which one I'm going to put in there. I was really, really taken with just even the way that the way that he focuses and actually spends his time on the grimy streets of Gotham. Like instead of every other previous movie, and there's been great Batman movies, but it's like every single one has felt the need to conform the character to like an action blockbuster hero in a way.
Yeah.
And I really liked that with this one. He was like, no, I'm going to focus on the imposing Gothic architecture. I'm going to focus on the fact that he's like a paranoid weirdo just rummaging through filthy alleys and beating up people at like a nightclub.
And how
like,
slow
he's more
and
of
like methodic Batman is. Like Robert Pattinson's performance is very much like when he's walking, it's incredibly slow paced. Anytime he lifts something up to look at a clue, it really takes its time. And I get maybe for some people that can be grating, but I think that that's necessary. It shows kind of like how stoic he is, how powerful he is, how focused he is. But then you have the scenes with like him as Bruce Wayne, where he's just like, got the running eye makeup, like an emo boy, and he's got the bangs in front of his head. And he's so sad and miserable, and I like the
Nirvana needle drops while he looks like that.
It's
like
great.
He's
it's fucking awesome. This is the kind of Batman I've wanted for years, and so yeah.
Like Pattinson is so good at the wounded, like hunched over, kind of ghostly physicality that he gives him, and he does this like hard boiled pulp diary narration, like straight out of like an emo boy noir.
Yes.
Where it's like and it's exactly everything that I was hoping for, and I think in my review I said that he has like a level of antisocial silence to him that reminds me of like every Gosling character in a Refn movie. And
definitely.
Every peripheral performance is honestly having a lot of fun, like Colin Farrell as the Penguin and Paul Dano as the Riddler, and even Kravitz as Catwoman,
who are far more
Turturro
maybe not
and Sarsgaard.
Yeah, maybe not Kravitz, but like Paul Dano and Colin Farrell are doing a much more like almost operatic performance. But they're hamming
it a bit.
But they balance it well, because you just have Pattinson, who is like never smiling, never emoting unless he's kind of sad or angry, and so I think those opposites really balance each other well.
Yeah. So I just, it was very, very solid, and definitely the closest to like the version of Batman that when I read the comics that I was very into, and to see it done in, again, such a shadowy, like low light look to it. Like all the rain smeared lenses, or like
It's
the
always
incredibly
raining.
like bright headlights and flares. Like it's a really good looking film, and it's really committed to this kind of bleak, kind of dark tone and gloomy quality that it has. And yeah, so definitely this will be like the only superhero. Is that the first superhero movie that's made our top 10 since we've been doing this?
Probably. I can't imagine.
I think it is.
Yeah, definitely.
So there you go. Congrats. And actually, that works really well going into my number 8, which is my other favorite crime procedural that's very dirty and nasty this year, and that is Limbo.
Nice. That's higher
which
up
was
for me.
okay. Yep. So it's a very underseen Hong Kong crime procedural that came out. It actually came out, I think, in Hong Kong at the very, very end of 2021, maybe December 2021. But it never got, as far as I know, a stateside release. So we are counting it for this year because we didn't get a chance to watch it for last year's list. And yeah, technically, I don't know if it's still come out. So maybe it will actually get a stateside release with enough buzz like next year, and people will say it's a next year film. We'll find out. But it is very similar. It is a mud-caked noir and a serial killer horror, crime film in a way, done by a bunch of regular sort of Johnny To collaborators who have worked on things like, like Throwdown and Drug War. And it's by this director named Soi Chung, who also directed one of the best martial arts movies of the 2010s, in my opinion, SBL Killzone 2.
Oh, yeah.
And as a result, it's a really cool combination of like a Seven or a Memories of Murder style sort of like really bleak crime thriller in that way. But it also turns it into like an engrossing action thriller that has like legit like police story action choreography in like some of the car fights and some of the martial arts that they do at times, and some really intense like cameras gliding over the top of above ground parking structures during a chase, or, characters, overhead shots of them running through these sort of back alleys that look like a labyrinth of concrete and trains and
trash.
It is also, the trash. Well, like that's just it too. Like it's, you have things like cops fighting a serial killer in an actual action scene, and then you'll have these like really cleanly shot, pristine digital black and white photography that's really high contrast and really emphasizes, sort of movement and architecture. But it's used solely for the purpose of making you able to see every detail of its grotesquely designed world. Like, other than Mad God, I don't think there's a more film that you feel like you can smell by looking at it. Like, it's just everything. It's like soaking wet garbage heaps everywhere, and it feels as if like the point that the movie is making with that is that, like this killer operates in the underworld, and all of these bodies start bubbling up to the surface because he actually takes like public transit and dismembers them and takes them around the city. And the material is not the most original on the page by any means. Like, you've seen a serial killer hunting women due to mommy issues before, like Maniac. And you've definitely seen a story about like a rookie cop getting teamed up with like a rule-breaking, obsessive and abusive veteran cop to, take this guy down. But just the sort
brutality of
formal. Yeah, and the formal way that it depicts it, like the way that those bodies just slowly rise to the surface, and they start like, so there are scenes in this of characters literally just digging through garbage bags looking for body parts.
Yeah.
And like, that is what watching the whole movie feels like. Like, it's like these characters have lifted up this like tarp, and they've gone underneath, and underneath is just like the rotting underbelly of like old Hong Kong. And to just combine that kind of imagery with like such fluid, high contrast, sort of imagery, and to combine straight up like serial killer horror and like action movie cop procedural stuff, and all turning it into like a hellish horror noir like third act where they actually do get to the killer's like depraved torture layer, and it just, I won't spoil some of the things that you see in there, but it's pretty horrible. And people have been comparing it to the Russian film Hard to Be a God for reasons that are not like completely unfair, because that's another film that's like, you know, it's about gazing into the abyss, and you can just really smell every aspect of its locale. And yeah, for fans of neo-noirs or serial killers or Hong Kong action, this is a pretty insane and unique combination of all three of those things. So
yeah,
check it out. Limbo.
And having like, I also love, just to add, the how it's constantly raining, and so with all that trash, it feels as if like you can feel the rain kind of seeping through all the trash bags and then mixing up with the fluids or whatever's in that garbage, and then seeping out into the streets. It really just feels like that, the movie. So yeah, it's
horrifying.
Yeah, it's really good. And that'll be a little later on in my list personally. So my number is this 8, I believe. My number 8.
This is your number 8, I believe. Yeah.
And these next 4 are really difficult for me to order, so maybe don't even take them into that into the order into consideration as much. But my number 8 right now is Barbarian, directed by Zach Kreger.
Cool.
I feel like almost everybody has seen this. This seemed to be a pretty big hit when it came out. But essentially, it's about a young woman that arrives at an Airbnb, and there is already a man there. And that is kind of the first half-hour premise, where they're kind of interacting with one another. She's trying to see if she can trust him. He's trying to be charming and gain her trust, and convince her that he's not this horrible murderer that she might be suspecting he is. And then things kind of change from there. And if you haven't seen it, I won't spoil it, but there is like similar to a couple other movies we talked about today, where at a certain point the movie just kind of stops, kind of resets itself a little bit, and gives you a new premise to latch onto, and then expand on. So I won't spoil that, but it's a great little thriller horror movie with a lot of different aspects of the genre that I appreciated. Like they've got like the underground layer. Kind of have the generational abuse. You've got the kind of, at least at the beginning, the distrust between men and women that come with the dating sphere. It's got a lot on its mind, and tonally it's kind of all over the place, but it balances itself out really well with like equal parts comedy and horror, which is very interesting. That kind of it comes from Zach Kreger, who is a guy from Whitest Kids You Know. So I think he just has that kind of built into him to be funny and humorous about the situations, even if it's kind of depraved. So yeah, it's really good, and I would highly suggest it. I think it's on Disney Plus if you have that, so you can check it out right now. That was my number 8.
Hell yeah. Do it up. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit higher on mine, so we'll come back to it. My number 7 is Top Gun Maverick.
Oh yeah, it's a little higher on mine.
Joseph Kosinski. Yeah, this is going to happen a lot. Jamie and I are going to be talking about movies twice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But Joseph Kosinski doing a late follow-up to the Tony Scott film, and somehow does the rousing and nostalgic, like plot-driven legacy sequel. And it was not annoying. And in fact, I actually had kind of strong feelings brought out of me watching it. Which is just surprising because, again, most people talk about the original Top Gun. They don't have like super strong feelings for those characters in the first place. And here's a film that kind of comes out of nowhere, and has a huge reverence for the original Top Gun, and, you know, tries to recapture some of that sort of like vibrant pop romanticism. Although the original definitely has more of that like 80s soft rock and the oversaturated colors, and you know and this brings back the, you know, both of those things, and the sort of sunset vista photography and sweaty shirtless guys all hanging out and having feelings and staring into each other's eyes, and you know, that kind of stuff. But I just thought that this one was, you know, like the way that it takes the, you know, this very large and iconic imagery that Tony Scott delivered on from the original, including, you know, Tom Cruise being such a movie star after that film and having a, you know, an image that supersedes even the film, and just decades later, you know, being able to realize that in the same sort of like absurdly broad melodrama and blatant military worship and all of that, but and even in some ways a beat for beat copycat in some places. But I think this is working a lot for people because, one, you have the emotion of Tom Cruise's like aging star persona and where he kind of is now in the modern movie landscape, and the way that it kind of takes his mythology that he's kind of built around him and applies it to his new tech tricks that he currently does, where like he is currently on a death drive to show you the most amazing things you've ever seen a human body do on screen, and in this case fly these real fucking jets for real. Which makes Kaczynski such an interesting choice, because he's a keen craftsman with, in my opinion, a better understanding for what makes broad sentimentality work than most filmmakers. Like that firefighter film he did, Only the Brave, that is like a well-oiled tearjerker machine in terms of getting you to feel things. Yeah. And
you will feel.
And yeah, so with this, even though he's gone kind of like hyper digital with it, obviously, he's found some specific moments that deepen many of the ensemble sort of like surface level characterizations. And when it gets into, again, it's not the music video dream world stuff that Tony does, where like everything feels like it's it's like a montage to an 80s music video. It is very much like following the trajectory of this mission. The whole movie is a mission, and and Tom Cruise is obviously dealing with a relationship with his Rooster, the character who died in the original Top Gun, his son, played by Miles Teller, who they did awesome casting on because he just looks the same. Maybe it's just the mustache, I don't know, but he looks exactly like his son. And it creates this awesome, sort of like doubling effect with the character, where it feels like he's interacting with his best friend, but his best friend is like his best friend's kid who kind of hates him. And so to have all of, like that actual melodrama quality just get, hammered home even further by the machinery and the use of screen space and the speed, like seeing real actors' head like poking out of the bottom of a giant IMAX frame in a cockpit, where you can see the real force of gravity like bending and collapsing the landscapes and putting pressure on their faces, and just the control of geography and physical stakes, I think in this film is stronger than the original, and I think is why most people are kind of latching onto it. Like when we talked about the original Top Gun, we definitely it gets a little confusing when they're doing, some of the actual flying sequences themselves, just because they were sort of limited technologically. And in this, they were like, no, we can literally put a tiny camera in the cockpit while Tom Cruise really flies this shit around. And as a result,
that's a barrel roll.
You get some. Yeah, it does some incredible things. And they're, for anyone interested, like the specific method that Cruise has been developing as a stunt performer and practically a coordinator half the time now. He has, actors really learn to pilot and then also function as their own camera operators and cinematographers during the action scenes, because like they just send them off flying with the camera and they have to come back with the footage. So yeah, like so on a pure action movie technical level, this is a very overwhelming thing. And I would say that if there's any issue, it would be, maybe some of the characterization or sentimentality, but it's still stronger than the original film in that way.
And it's kind of what you want from this kind of blockbuster, I feel like. Like I'm almost going in hoping that they just pump like overly sentimental ideas into my veins. I want that.
Oh yeah.
I want to feel the
the great balls of fire moment when Miles Teller is singing it and he's flashing back to his dad singing it and stuff. Like, it's on the nose, but it's good. Yeah. And Tom Cruise, I mean, to his credit, I think as an actor, I think he's also performing it well. Like, again, this is like, this is definitely a well-deserved egotistical victory lap for the man.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, who's to argue the dude hasn't earned it? He puts it on the screen, man. It's there. And, he's built it into a movie that, it does feel like he's getting to the end. He's using his age. He's using his weariness at this point. I think he's at the point where he recognizes that the original Top Gun, when that came out, he was a fresh faced boy and the Cruise image screamed star power, but it screamed star power because, like, look where this guy's career could go. And now in the same movie 36 years later, doing a very similar story, that image means something totally different. It triggers a nostalgic past for people, and it's like, did you remember the line that he gets where he's just like, I don't know how to not, it's what life is without this, right? Like, I don't know.
It's my, like, I think it's really simple too. I think it's, about
you need
Kilmer.
to let go. I don't know how.
Yeah. It's time to let go. I don't know how. And that was actually my review, because like that is the premise of the movie, especially in relation to Tom Cruise and his career and how he views himself and all of that. Like, it just seems entirely meta in that sense. And it feels very self-aware even for Cruise, which I was surprised by, because I just didn't think, even if Cruise knew that, he wouldn't admit it on screen, you know? So I really appreciated that he had that moment. I think it's with Kilmer too, which just makes it kind of pack an even bigger punch.
Yeah, even more impactful. And I will say the final like 45 minutes or so are basically one giant set piece, and it is definitely one of the best action set pieces of the year, of just these guys really pulling off this mission, and then even throwing in like this sort of like what feels like a cinematic like time travel thing, which I won't spoil, but like at a certain point they have to use like an old piece of equipment from the original film.
Right.
And they start very playfully reusing images from the first film as a way to, you know, kind of trigger an emotional quality, because the last time he was in something like that and with a guy who looked like Miles Teller, we know what happens. And, you know, and it's just the way that it very intelligently uses that and does some, you know, pretty decent emotional storytelling there, and then puts it in this just like overwhelming and insane action. So yeah, Top Gun, very, very strong for me.
Yeah, and we'll see that a little later on my list.
Yeah, we'll talk about it some more, just in case you felt that wasn't enough.
Yeah. My number, I think this is 7, and I was having a difficult time with placing this one, honestly, but I think it's great. Ambulance, directed by Michael Bay.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's actually low. I thought it would be higher for you.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at the other ones that I have in front of it, and I realized I think I just like them more. It's hard for me to say. Once again, I could wake up tomorrow and be like, Ambulance should have been number fucking 1. What was I thinking? So who knows? But
story of our lives.
Yeah, I hate making lists. This is like the worst time ever for me. But so anyway, yeah, I think this is just an amazing action film that feels like it should have been like belonged in the 90s or early 2000s. I think we both said that it kind of reminded us of like a Tony Scott movie that never came out.
Yeah, speaking of Top Gun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love Michael Bay's use of specifically drone shots in this. Like, there's so many shots where they're doing legitimate chases with the ambulance and like several cop cars, and the camera is just flying, literally weaving in between the cars and the ambulance, circling the ambulance around. They've got these dive bomb shots from skyscrapers when they're entering into a building that'll just like do a complete 180 degree dive bomb into the building that they're at. They'll go through hallways as people are chasing each other on foot. It's just incredibly exciting filmmaking, and then it's wrapped in this very, I guess you could say, like cliche kind of dialogue that's very macho that I always appreciate. Like, they're saying stuff like it's like we're not the bad guys, we're just the guys trying
we
to
don't get to
home.
walk into the sunset.
Yeah, we don't walk into the sunset, like all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
Or like, they do that premise where they're like it's like you're always going right and I'm going left. Oh, you're going right and I'm going left. And then they, split off and start shooting and all of that. Like, there are these built-in kind of cliches that come with a thriller, action, crime thriller that you're used to. But he is definitely modernizing it. He's having a lot of fun with it. He's doing the classic Bayisms where characters are like half joking as they're being incredibly serious at the same time and screaming at each other. It strikes a very strange tonal. It strikes a very strange tone, but it's so much fun. And Jake Gyllenhaal knows exactly the type of movie he's being in. He's got this He's chewing the scenery in every single scene he has. He knows all of his close-ups require a specific facial expression. Yeah, he's manic as hell in this. He's constantly yelling, and it's he's a madman in this, and it's great. And I have to a shout out to Mateen as well, because he's got to be the more like straight man of the two. And so he doesn't get to have quite as much fun, but he's very necessary. He's kind of the heart of the film. So he's very good.
It's a good performance.
To be honest, I did have this higher up, and then I started to include like Limbo and some other ones that I'm about to tell you. And I just I don't know. So it's number 7 right now, but who knows where it could be tomorrow.
For sure. Well, my number 6 is one that Jamie already mentioned, so I'll be able to go through it a little bit faster here. We're going to be talking, it's a Barbarian.
Yeah.
Directed by Whitest Kids You Know alumni, Zach Kreger. And much like, I think in my review that I wrote for Blood Knife, I said that it was this year's big swing genre shocker in the way that Malignant was, just in the sense that, like, it's a film that, in terms of marketing, kind of pretended to be one type of movie, in this case, like an Airbnb sort of like thriller. And in the case of Malignant, that tried to be sort of like a modern, polished haunted house movie about trauma or something, and then eventually exploding into a very different style of film, which in that case, it was like Italian horror meets like Frank Henenlotter, like creature splatter stuff. And in this case, I won't spoil exactly what, but we will say it gets, it turns into something that is more akin to the kind of stuff that we talk on this show. Things, I thought a little bit about something like Castle Freak. I thought a little bit about something like Toby Hooper's, what's that one called? The Toolbox Murders. Sorry, I don't know why I blanked there. And Wes Craven's The People Under the Stairs. Like, there is like a sort of satire, intruder horror, and a sort of like neighborhood kind of quality going to it, and like some torture dungeons and all kinds of stuff going on there. And yeah, for me, I was just shocked at, like, as Jamie mentioned, like how well it sets up like the basic premise of she's going into an Airbnb, the lockbox is empty, the lights are on, there's a guy already in there played by Bill Skarsgård, and the movie really uses him well in terms of casting as like a charming stranger who excessively signals his chivalrous upbringing, and he's a bit too nice, and he's a bit too like he could be. He's not giving off those vibes, but his look looks like he could be someone who's being disingenuous and could be a predator of some kind. And she, just the fact that, she psychologically has to navigate the possibility that he could be if she's going to share an Airbnb with this guy for the night. But the suspicions like slowly melt away, and it sort of turns into a little meet cute between the two of them. And then it just changes gears really fast, and through a series of like what I could describe as like, these sort of clever alternating dynamic, like sleight of hand setups, he then suddenly pulls off these like destabilizing genre shocks where something out of nowhere just happens. You're blown away. All of a sudden we're in a different movie. And again, it's hard to talk about this one actually, because I don't really want to actually spoil anything, but all I'll say is that, there's a lot of very skillful visual sort of like build up and escalation, and eventually very gleeful and ridiculous payoffs. And watching this at like a midnight premiere with no buzz around this film at all, like nobody knew what it was. We all just went to, a midnight premiere. Like audiences that I was with was like shouting at the screen as if they had seen the movie before. Yeah, like it's very tense. It has like a call and response. It uses your knowledge of genre films and uses your knowledge of like, this character is going to make this choice, and it just keeps escalating and getting more ridiculous. And it does so, in my opinion, in a really sort of bad taste way that gets into the realm of a lot more, not metaphor horror, straight up physical horror. Whether he's actually handling the subjects that he's handling tastefully, which for some people I think you could argue that he's not, and the subjects are pretty serious in terms of gendered abuse and other things that I won't spoil. But Yeah, just the unabashed sort of like sicko pleasure of the film and the grisly violence and everything about it. Like in terms of a studio horror film that got, a horror film that got, I guess, released by a studio. Disney technically, or 20th Century technically released this, but it was like independently made in Bulgaria, I guess. And like the fucking sets and everything that they do in Bulgaria, mind blowing that this was like built with sets and stuff.
Yeah, I thought
that.
It was actually filmed in Detroit when I saw it initially. And Justin Long is so good in it, by the way.
Yeah,
too.
shout out. We don't want to spoil anything, but shout out to Justin Long, who becomes one of the most hilariously reprehensible characters that you will see on screen this year.
Yeah, and he's
his
so good.
character arc is just so mean-spirited and so deliciously violent, I will say. Yeah. It's great.
Yeah, and his comedy chops are still just going strong. So...
so incredibly funny, and pretty dark and gruesome, and a new Mother's Day classic. Definitely, if you haven't caught up with Barbarian, it is, as Jamie mentioned, available on Disney Plus now.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
yeah, for real. So this is number 6, I believe.
Number 6, correct.
Decision to Leave, directed by Park Chan-wook.
Oh.
And honestly, I mean, this might have gotten higher if I got a chance to rewatch it, but I only watched it the one time when we covered it on the bonus transmission. It is a very dense movie. It's almost 2.5 hours long. There's a lot,
and very fast.
Yeah, it's very fast. There's a lot of like different time frames or time periods for the characters. Like there's a lot. I believe this expands over a couple years, if I'm not mistaken. Just with eventually they. Regardless, I won't get into those details, but it's basically about a seasoned detective. He's investigating a death of a man that fell from a mountaintop, and the person that he begins to suspect is someone that he becomes romantically interested in, and he kind of starts to just use like the case as an excuse to get to know her and spend time with her. While also trying to solve the case, but obviously those things clash in ways that are not beneficial to him. And he does have a wife at home that he's also trying to balance that relationship and try to get that back off the ground. And it's just essentially watching a man kind of go to his doom a little bit. It's one of those classic noir tropes, I guess, but it's really, really quite good. And the ending itself, which I won't spoil, has really stuck with me since I've watched it, and I've wanted to rewatch it since. So I wanted to put it pretty high on the list because it's really incredible, just writing wise. But he also implements a lot of awesome camera work where he does perspectives of like when the guy's texting, you'll actually see the camera within his phone and you'll see the text messages go up above his face, and they do these examples of his character and how he's thinking, where he'll be texting the girl and you'll see him write something, erase it as she's typing, and she'll add another sentence to whatever she typed, and he'll erase what he said and then kind of re-strategize what he wants to talk to her about. There's just a lot of really interesting character work and great camera trickery that I loved. So I want to retackle this thing. It's very dense. I don't remember a lot of the specific details, but I just remember being really into the film, and the ending is amazing. So
hell yeah. My number 5 is a surprise last minute shakeup. Avatar: The Way of Water.
Nice.
Directed by James Cameron. This kind of came out of nowhere, and it is very possible that some recency bias is infecting this decision. But I originally had it kind of sitting, kind of like just barely making the list.
Yeah.
And I just kept sitting with it and thinking about it, and I went, I really liked that movie. So it is going to go up, and obviously this is also helped by the fact that, unlike Jamie, I am actually a pretty big fan of the original Avatar, which is, not a, I don't know. I don't know. I want to say it's like a completely uncommon opinion or anything, but I do feel like for many, many years there, the original Avatar was shit on, and it was like, they'll never make that sequel and nobody cares because the story fucking sucked and nobody likes any of the characters and, whatever. And all it was tech porn and, and so the Avatar believers, I think, have been vindicated by Avatar 2 a little bit.
It is good.
Yeah, I mean, true to the original, it is basically an exercise in broad, clunky storytelling, completely earnest, sometimes to a fault. And definitely with all of, James Cameron's, open-hearted political beliefs about, how we should be treating the environment and how we should be more spiritually connected with our fellow man and how we should be, wholeheartedly anti-imperialist and against the military and against, corporate greed. But just the way that he connects those things, in my opinion, to, in both films, I'd argue, to tangible and expressive, and romantic, like hyper digital sensory spectacle. Like it is just, it's insane to me that what I think is bound to be two of the biggest movies ever made are just watching like a legitimately insane man dig deeper into his weird fetishes, because like the dude, I gotta say, Jim, what's the deal with water? We got to talk about it. Yeah. He Titanic, The Abyss, like he just every single movie since then has all been about how terrified he is of drowning, but how beautiful water is and how much he can't wait to be inside of it in like a big metal machine. So just seeing him explore more of that, obviously his dorky like pulp genre obsessions that he does, where he, like, the first film is basically like a sci-fi pulp, like Last of the Mohicans. You have like military mechs with giant Bowie knives committing war crimes and shit, and giant aliens piercing Marines with their choppers and arrows and stuff like that. And so just to see, like all of that and see it applied to what is like, he is a technical genius. Like he just is he is like this, nothing looks like this. And if digital looked like this regularly, I don't think you'd have as many people who are like, film fetishists and like, we should go back to 35 and we should go back to practical. Like if more people put the amount of effort he puts into digital that he puts into this and the amount of passion he puts into digital, like I think a lot of people's minds could absolutely be changed by that. And this film, I will say, like the entire drama of an entire movie is collapsed into basically the opening 30 minutes or so, where they're just straight up like, this picks up, years later, Jake and Neytiri are parents. They're still being hunted by the Sky People. And, we have like, the cartoon military squad psychos are all back in Avatar bodies, including Stephen Lang, who just chews the scenery because he can't help it. And they're all being hunted. And the reason they're being hunted is so that we can spend over an hour of the movie hanging out in the ocean. Yeah, because they have to flee the forest and go to the water clans. And I don't know about you, but I was like, at a certain point, I thought the entire movie was just going to be the water shit. Yeah. Like I was just like, oh, this is just it now. Like this is the whole movie. Like he is just
going to explore this world.
Yeah, and it is like, credit to him. Like you could argue, I think, for about an hour and 10 minutes probably of this movie that nothing happens. Yeah. It's just them hanging out in water and being like astonished by the beauty of it. It's just montage after montage of underwater animation and sea creatures and vivid colors and textures and light rays. And it was, you will, watching that section of the movie, you will understand the post-Avatar depression people. You will be like, I want to go swimming. I want to go live in that ecosystem. Like it's just insane. And just hanging out with like outcast whales named Payakan who like sing songs and get hunted by commercial fishermen that then, we have to then go and kill all the fishermen because they are betraying our favorite new whale buddies that we've made. And he basically sets up like an hour of fall in love with this completely digitally rendered environment of nature, which is such a contradiction in and of itself. And the fact that he overcomes that contradiction speaks to his skill as a filmmaker. And then the final hour is just classic James Cameron ownage for an hour straight. Like it actually blew my mind that was what happened. Is he sets it up. You're going to fall in love with the sea people. You're going to fall in love with the whales. And now look at these people, these capitalists who have come in to pillage it and ruin it, and all of the military coming in. At a certain point, this just becomes like Moby Dick for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's just these commercial fishermen trying to kill these whales with a harpoon that's going to explode into their hearts and shit. It's insane. And then it's all set up so that he can do a hilariously violent and righteous sea terrorism against all of them, where it's just, giant crab submarines with fists trying to murder children and so many squished and punctured bodies. Like, remember when PG-13 action filmmakers could, actually use blood and have an arrow go into someone's eye socket? Like, it reminded me of going back to the Jurassic Parks and the Lord of the Rings era when you could see like orcs get decapitated. In this, you see like a fucking scientist's arm get torn off and thrown towards the lens in 3D. And I was like, oh my God. And people in my packed theater fucking cheered that this whale committed targeted revenge against a fisherman, It's only something that James Cameron could do, and it in that way it is completely unique. Because on a story level, for the non-believers, this is just as simple and sentimental and broad as the first film. I actually might even argue that in some cases, maybe even more so than the first film in some regards.
Yeah.
Like there's honestly kind of like less story to it, but I don't know. Maybe people like that. People like that it's just an hour of hangout and then an hour of carnage. Maybe people are gonna get into that vibe as well. But
I did.
Yeah,
So.
I was totally blown away and overwhelmed by Avatar, which is why last minute it did place as high on the list for me. And I think that, I think people should be, I think even if you have qualms with the narrative simplicity and, maybe some of the questionable racial elements and allegories of some of the stuff that he's doing here, with creating his own like fake indigenous culture. But the digital effects are so hyper real and insane. The design work is so fetishistic that you can tell James Cameron is in love with it. This is porn to him.
Oh, yeah.
And the action is so huge and impactful and done in that like classic way that like only our guys who grew up in the 80s action era can still do, where it's like even PG action feels huge and violent and crazy. And so I was I'm along for the ride for the next decade. We got 3 more of these coming. I am in.
Yeah, I'm in too, surprisingly. So I did enjoy it. For me, it was much more of a spectacle than anything else. But I did end up. What a spectacle! Yeah, what a spectacle! Right? And I did end up enjoying the very simplistic thoughts on family and bonding and all of that. So it's easy to latch onto, but it's still something that anyone can connect with. So yeah, it's very good. My number, this is 5, is RRR. Directed by S.S. Rajamouli. We already kind of talked about it, but just it's incredible to me how much this has packed into it. You have like the kind of the comedy aspects with the relationships between the two the revolutionaries. You have like there's musical numbers and dance numbers. There's musical numbers while there's torture.
Suspenders, baby. Gotta love them.
There's musical numbers while there's torture going on. Like, it's just unbelievable what they're trying to balance here and accomplish. It's very CGI heavy because they have to do a lot of really crazy, ridiculous, over-the-top action set pieces with animals and stuff. But for the most part, it blends really well.
And like physics breaking choreography as well, where like a dude will just like leap into the air over a fence and then fight like 1,000 people on screen.
Yeah. And so much like slow motion with, blood dripping down people's bare bodies and stuff. Like it's really heavily stylized, and it's just so expansive. And it's one of those movies that you're watching and you're just kind of like, I don't even know how this was like conceptualized. It's 3 hours long, and there's just so many different aspects to it that I really loved. And I don't like we said, we don't really know much of the actual history it's
That's
based
three
on.
3 hours long spectacles on our list this year.
Yeah.
Is this the year of the spectacle? The big movie? Maybe it
I
is.
guess so, yeah. But yeah, I think this is great. So you should check it out. It's on Netflix. It is 3 hours long, so you will need to set aside some time. But I think it's
Yeah, but you're going to
completely
see the
worth it.
friendship between an erupting volcano and a brewing storm.
Yes,
You know?
exactly.
And they're going to give each other piggyback rides and use each other as weights while working out and do dancing competitions and, shoot people with arrows and then kick the arrows further into their skulls. And
Yeah, it's awesome. It's so great. And I do wish I understood or had the knowledge about the history it's referencing. I don't know if that would change my mind about anything, but for what I can see now, it's awesome and a lot of fun. So check it out.
Hell yeah. My number 4 is Ambulance.
Nice.
Michael Bay. We're about to hit the point where we're all just going to be, there are a couple films that Jamie and I obviously agree on, and we're starting to hit them. But for me, Ambulance, the Michael Bay, baby. That's just it. Jamie and I are huge Michael Bay heads. The contradiction of Michael Bay has always been that he came out of the Bruckheimer, Tony Scott era of huge commercial filmmaking, music videos, advertising. Everything's big, dynamic, flashy. It's beautiful surfaces, beautiful women. Everything looks like a designer suit or a Sprite commercial. And merging that with just his cartoonishly crass sensibility that he has just as a person, and doing that to such a degree that it basically circles back around into being strangely truthful or honest as well as commercial. So in my opinion, Bay typically works best getting to deliver on the ugly, unhinged, broy American hyper-militarized stuff that's very politically disturbing, but realizing it with virtuoso craft, like Bad Boys 2, Six Underground, Pain and Gain, that kind of stuff. Yeah. But what was so interesting about Ambulance is that this was his attempt to go back to the Bruckheimer Scott era. And as Jamie already mentioned, we kind of look at it as a lost Tony Scott movie from that he might have made in I don't know, the 2010s, something like Unstoppable, I think is a reference point to this, or even Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3, both the original and the Tony Scott version. It's a very sort of lean, contained, sort of chase heist movie in a way, with tons of maximalist and destructiveness, with drones flying under cars and whipping around explosions and gunfire, and very minutely tuned to the stress of emergency situations, because the premise, I don't remember if Jamie mentioned it or not, but you have two bank robbers. One, a desperate army vet played by Yahya Abdul Mateen, named Will, and his adopted brother, Danny, played by Jake Gyllenhaal, who is, as Jamie mentioned, as wide-eyed and unhinged and screaming about cashmere sweaters and herpes and just all kinds of shit. He's his estranged psycho criminal brother, and both of them are the sons of a very famous bank robber. And so in order to afford medical care for his family, Will has to go to him to borrow money, and he says, "Don't borrow money from me, just help me pull off this brutal bank heist. No one will get hurt, we'll pull it off." The heist obviously starts to go wrong, and they have to make an escape in an ambulance, which is complicated because they have to kidnap an EMT played by Isa Gonzalez, and they also have a cop that they shot in order to escape, who is dying in the back of the ambulance and is, bleeding out. And so you have them in a giant car chase across LA, leading tons of cop cars and helicopters on their tail, while also trying to keep a cop alive in the back of the car using the EMT who's there. So it's that amount of stressful situations put onto 4 different opposing characters is really cool. And Bay shot this on $40 million. This is probably one of the biggest and most gorgeous movies at this budget point that came out this year.
Yeah.
Who else could use $40 million in the way that he does in this? I can't imagine it. And just seeing him get to do his version of the Heat bank heist scene or something like that, and getting to do To Live and Die in LA, whatever it is, the Flood Channel chase, where they do the chase in that as well. So it's so cool getting to see him get to do his mix on those, and also just sustain a piece of white knuckle kinetic action machinery. Like, we don't stop is something they say at one point in the film, and that is the ethos of the movie. The movie doesn't stop, and it is, again, as JB mentioned, like, it's very clumsily overly sentimental and kind of in its character work at times. Like, it's very, very broad, the sort of like brotherly melodrama of these two.
Yeah.
But I found it and like incredibly impassioned and kind of heightened expressively by the levels of destruction that get played up in that way. Like, it feels like it's maximalist spectacle that serves feeling like what it feels like navigating this broken and crumbling system, which, by the way, that has to be like the most progressive idea Michael Bay has ever put in a movie.
Yeah, probably.
I just have to say,
This is his most
like,
progressive movie for the people. Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like, he's like, look, all of this destruction is bad, and it is a case of, because on a basic human level, we don't take care of the other people around us. That if we got a glimpse of their lives and we had some sympathy for them, like eventually the EMT who's taken hostage eventually does learn to have for Will. She goes, wow, yeah, he is doing this for like reasons. He has a family, and like it's the closest to like a humanist perspective he's ever had, instead of like cruelly treating his characters like playthings that he explodes like meat bags or something like that. Like, in this, it is like, the immoral brother is the wealthy, greedy one, and the good brother is the one who just wants, he doesn't have money, and he just wants to be able to get taken care of. And over the course of the film, the characters put under these stressful situations and these desperate situations, they do kind of learn that, what if we just kind of cared about other people? And that's a kind of a beautiful sentiment coming from Michael Bay. It is kind of insane. And it also just has some of the craziest action that we saw this year. There's an improvised surgery over FaceTime in the back of the ambulance at one point. At one point, a car hits a ramp and a camera drone literally goes underneath the car. A dude gets his legs run over at one point. There's a Gatling gun inside a purple, like muscle car. And yeah, to combine all of that huge action with some genuinely expressive melodrama and like the flashbacks towards, Mateen and Gyllenhaal, who as kids are like playing cowboys and cops and robbers in the streets of LA. And it's very sentimental in like that very old school 90s, 2000s kind of action way. And I thought it was surprisingly beautiful, and the first time I was kind of moved by a Michael Bay movie as well as intensely entertained by one. So
yeah,
Ambulance, that's why it's as high as it is.
Yeah, it's awesome. Definitely check it out. My number 4 is Top Gun Maverick.
Ooh,
I really ended up loving this. I think why it's so high is because it really was like the most fun that I've had with a blockbuster in a long, long time. It's flawless in the sense of its pacing. Like you never really get tired of what it's giving to you. The stunts are unbelievable. Like having the actual actors in the cockpit and kind of working the camera every once in a while too. I think there was a story where Miles Teller like fucked up the way that he used the camera while he was up in the air, and they had to just go back out and redo the entire thing because he was responsible for a certain thing. So there's aspects to it that really work well with the film that no other film has done. Like we were talking about the original Top Gun and how in the air it kind of gets a little bit confusing every once in a while where they're going, and the choreography isn't entirely clear. But with this, because of the modern tech we have, they're able to get every single thing on screen, and it's for the most part actually there on screen. You're watching these planes do all these maneuvers, and it's some of the most exciting action that I've seen in a long time. And then we've already mentioned it, but the meta stuff with Cruise I think is fantastic. Just him trying to learn that he's going to be an old man one day, and he kind of is already, and maybe at one point he's going to have to hang it up. So, and that's very difficult for him to do because he just obviously views himself as this like over-the-top movie star that's capable of anything and probably is never going to die. Like I really feel like he views himself as immortal, and it's pretty wild to see him kind of fight that a little bit in this movie, and I didn't really expect that. I did not anticipate him being that honest with maybe his insecurities, honestly, with him getting older. So, yeah, I think this is a top-notch blockbuster. And I didn't get to rewatch it, but I just remember the way I felt in the theater, and it was just it's thrilling. It really is, and I loved every minute. So, number 4.
Hell yeah. Number 3 for me is Decision to Leave,
Nice.
Which Jamie already mentioned, directed by Park Chan-wook. He's the director, obviously, the Korean filmmaker behind Old Boy, Joint Security Area, Mr. and Lady Vengeance, Stoker, The Handmaiden, and he's recently been operating in this realm of kind of like perverse Hitchcock mode that's not entirely dissimilar from stuff that like stories and stuff that like De Palma would be attracted to, for example. And this one is about an insomniac seasoned Korean detective that Jamie mentioned, where he's a workaholic committed to his job, and Park really just gets swept up in his mindset with the energetic, kinetic camera style of this character who only feels alive when he is, involved in a murder case, or he's stalking this mysterious, beautiful woman. And he, in the case of this film, he's investigating a suspicious suicide and is struck by and entranced by the guy's enigmatic Chinese wife, played by Tang Wei from Black Cat and from Long Day's Journey into Night, I believe is the name of it. Another sort of like Chinese noir. Very, very good. Honestly, one of my favorite performances of the year, Tang Wei is. And he suspects that she might have killed him, essentially, that there might be foul play in this accident, falling off of a cliff, or possible suicide. And this movie is just an entry in one of my a new entry in one of my fave genres, which is the horny, obsessive, delirious detective who essentially ruins his life to be with a femme fatale because he's so down bad. It goes back to like that Double Indemnity era of sort of character interaction, where these characters, they're involved in a crime together. There is this sort of ambiguous foreplay where they're both attracted to each other in a setting where they maybe shouldn't be attracted to each other. In the case here, he's a cop investigating her in something like Double Indemnity. It's like the insurance man trying to sell insurance to the wife, who then conspires him to help her kill her husband. So it's definitely working in that sort of like character milieu. But what's so fascinating about it is how Park Chan-wook like actually, really gets involved into the perversity of the subjective perspective of these characters through his style. Like doing things like, for example, there's like an interrogation scene that's shot like a first dinner date, essentially, where he's like sensually taking photos of her domestic abuse bruises, or there's scenes where he's like voyeuristically spying on her and fantasizing about being in the same room as her. Or there's at one point he stalks her and she's listening to like a romantic song, and he ends up adding the song to his own playlist and ends up like tailing her like Jimmy Stewart in Vertigo while listening to her song and stuff like that. And so you're at once getting involved in the headspace of this like insomniac obsessed detective, but then you also have her who she secretly kind of likes having someone being infatuated with her and hypnotized by her, and find someone who actually operates in the same world as her, because she, I don't want to spoil anything, but like she is in some level a very smart, intelligent kind of criminal operator. And she is kind of in some ways trying to use him, trying to manipulate him. And, they operate in a similar world and have kind of similar skills that don't make sense anywhere other than the criminal world. And yeah, like just having, like these two kind of have a little bit of a flirtatious dance with one another in like a forbidden love kind of sense, because he's married and he's a cop and her husband just died and she's possibly a killer. Like this romance obviously just does not work on any level. It actually, I think Anna Swanson, friend of the pod, compared it to Basic Instinct in terms of like that plot level, where it's like the guy falls in love with this hypnotic, clearly not evil, but like a woman who is doing bad things. And my favorite aspect of this, and the reason it's as high as it is that I just think the fact that it takes this romance, like despite how ridiculous it is on a character and a plot level that like a cop is falling in love with his suspect, and there's no way that these two could possibly be together, and it just takes that dynamic very emotionally seriously. Like the fact that there is only one logistical situation in which these two would ever be around one another, and it's if she's murdered someone and he's has to investigate it but can't prove it. That's literally the only reason these two would ever have to interact with one another. And so you start seeing these characters start making ridiculous decisions to try to sustain that relationship. And there's, I don't want to spoil anything because there is some pretty great twists and turns like throughout the film, and especially how animatedly crafted it is with like the zooms and the crossfades and the match cuts and the wipe transitions, and as like the screen overlays that Jamie mentioned. Like it's honestly delirious to watch at a certain point. But it's totally all there with also, there's an emotional core to why that stuff is there, that these characters are kind of doing a dance around one another and they want to be involved with one another. And there is a part where she sets into motion a series of events that mean that he has to start investigating her again. And she literally, it's gruesome, but it's a completely romantic gesture on her part. And it's, as a result, you get like this genuine sweetness, you get this genuine tragedy, but in this really dark and perverse and like noirish kind of angle to it. And as a result, I was just totally taken with it on an emotional level. And also just some of the best like editing and directing that I saw this year, in terms of the way that he moves the camera, the way that he does chase stuff, the way that he does, suspense sequencing. Very playful, very solidly crafted, and dark, perverse breakup noir. One of my favorite genres just in general. Happy to see someone, still keeping it alive.
Yeah. It's awesome. I can't wait to revisit it. My number 3 is Limbo. Directed by Soi Chang.
Oh,
I ended up loving this. I think it's just, most of it is the style and look. I mean, we've definitely, like we said before, we've seen the old, the rookie cop with the new cop that has this more abusive way of dealing with the cases that he's going through. I think it's just the added brutality and depravity and disgusting factors that really sell this for me. We've seen, the cops being abusive towards their the suspects or people that they've interacted with within the community for years, and maybe they have some trouble with, but they hold nothing back with this movie. Like, the amount of times you see the senior cop just kick the shit out of whoever he's dealing with, specifically, I guess, the one woman that is suspected to be connected to the case in some way and is I believe a drug addict. I can't remember hyper specific details, but it's really one of the most brutal films that I've seen. And we were talking about the look of it, like it's got the black and white digital photography, very clean, but then every single setting is just covered in trash and rain and garbage juices flowing out into the streets, and like it feels like a film that you can smell. And I love looking at it. There's something just so enticing about, like, or specifically when you get to the killer's lair, and there's just not 1 inch of ground that isn't covered with either trash or like mannequin parts or just hanging ornaments that he's probably collected from other victims. It has a very similar scene where that you've seen in Seven, where you're looking at a body and you think, okay, well, that has to be just a dead body, and then you realize that it's being reserved a little bit, and there's just a lot of really brutal and disgusting factors into this that I can't but do anything else but appreciate. So I really loved this film, and I'm looking forward to revisiting it again.
Hell yeah, dude. Hong Kong and Korean genre cinema. It's on the up and up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not that it hasn't always been, I'll say, because Hong Kong action always been sick. Korean revenge stuff has been sick for quite a long time. But it's just, it's cool how much of it is, like making the list this year.
Yeah, and mixing the really dark noir stuff with blatant like kung fu action is just so cool to me, and I loved watching that. And because they're mixing it with the kind of like the street crime brutality, it's choreographed and all of that, but there's a little bit more of a messiness to it, and they're using a lot of weapons, like instead of guns, a lot of the time they're using blades or hammers or something like that. So there's a real grit to the action as well.
Hell yeah. And definitely just one of the most gorgeous movies that we saw this year. When we did the bonus transmission, there was a section of it where Jamie and I were just like naming shots to each other. Like, what was your favorite shot? What was your favorite shot? Like, it was just like some of the framing, and yeah, it's great. My number 2 is Crimes of the Future, director David Cronenberg. Probably not a huge shock for any listeners. This is a Canadian genre film podcast. He is one of our favorite filmmakers, and Jamie was a little bit softer on it. We did do a bonus transmission where we kind of went really in depth if people want to hear more thoughts about that when they were fresh. But this was just so cool because this is a post-retirement film from obviously a legendary filmmaker that I love. And, this is a guy who we've talked about many times on this show, on the main feed of this show, because, the guy, he loves his body. He loves his transformation and change. He loves making that stuff as gooey and sticky and painful as possible, but in hopes that humankind and our brains might get somewhere new and transcend through that process. So, things like Videodrome is a big example of something like that. The Fly. But this film is a bit of a return to form for him because it's a script he did in the 90s around the time he wrote his video game conspiracy thriller Existence, which we've also covered on the show. And unlike much of his sort of like late career before retirement, things like Cosmopolis or Maps to the Stars or even his Vigo gangster films, which definitely have some of his ideas about psychology and sexuality, and definitely like the Vigo gangster films definitely have some gruesome violence in them. But this goes back to like his science fiction pet themes and obsessions. The eroticism of the flesh and the clinical surgery stuff of like Dead Ringers. They even have a part in this that has the inner beauty pageant, which is something he says in dialogue in Dead Ringers. Yeah. You have the digging into bodies with tubes and cameras as a sexual act, or you have the corporate conspiratorial stuff and the strange world building of things like Scanners and Videodrome and Existence, and the fetish subculture stuff that you see in Crash. And this one is about a vaguely dystopian future where the human species has like attempted to adapt to an ecological disaster, this sort of like, techno world of, sort of plastic and waste and filth that, has human beings for some reason growing new organs that we're not sure what they're for and what they do, and everyone's freaked out by them, and if they're going to change us into, like something that's not human anymore if we were to leave them in our body. So they set up this National Organ Registry, which is a government force where if you grow them, you have to report them and get them tattooed and cut out of you, and they study them. And it follows Viggo Mortensen, who's playing a character named Saul Tenser with his performance artist partner Caprice, played by Lea Seydoux. And they put on these surgery shows where, he takes the chaos of his body, these mysterious organs that he's growing, and he actually tries to grow them. And he puts them into a show where, he actually performs the surgery live, and you see like Lea Seydoux operating this futuristic autopsy machine and cutting into Vigo's guts and playing around, and you just get shots of Vigo just being like, "Oh, this is sick." He looks like he's having a sex scene or something. Yeah. And they pull out his organs, they display them, and they film it, and they try to find meaning and purpose and shape something that's strange and ugly into something beautiful. And when I went to the premiere of this, Cronenberg said that this was partially his most personal film because that idea came from what he feels when he makes a movie, which is every time he made something, he felt like it was like this weird tumor that was like growing inside him. And one day he just decided to like cut it out and show it to everyone. And that was his process for like making movies. That is how he had ideas for movies. So he said like, that's what this is sort of doing here. And for me, the thing that really, I guess, kind of stood out about this is that you know, like on one level you have this amazing sort of designed world. Like you have Vigo in his very like breathy, visibly uncomfortable kind of performance where he's constantly clearing his throat and resisting his body. Like it's a very unnatural performance. Actually, a lot of the performances are unnatural, like Kristen Stewart as well. But you have this idea of like, there's these unnatural performances because these characters are living in a world that is strange and unreal, and they are transforming, and they're trying to like preserve their old decrepit bodies, like using these bizarre machines that Vigo uses at home, like this giant like meatball testicle bed, or like his Geiger-esque like exoskeleton gamer chair that he eats baby food in. Like he's basically keeping his old human body on like life support. And he's surrounded, because of this Athens location work, which is beautiful, by just like run down ruined buildings and graffiti. And there's this part where like they go to a legitimate like boat cemetery where the boats are just covered in rust and barnacles, where he's having like meetings where might be an undercover cop trying to like subvert these like revolutionary movements of political activists who are trying to argue, hey, why are you pulling these organs out of you? What if these organs could actually be kept in our body and are helping us adapt and evolve into this new gross world that we've made? And there is a whole subplot involving, you know, maybe these organs would, you know, maybe help you learn to eat plastic, like it's almost Soylent Green style, in the sense that he's trying to send home like this environmental message a little bit about the film. But to just have all of this stuff mixed in with like, you know, like he essentially has his aging artist character who is a stand-in for Cronenberg, and he has him come to the realization that Cronenberg has sort of been arguing over 40 years of his career. It almost feels like a culmination film where it's like, maybe our bodies are trying to tell us something, that it is time to finally stop staring at the tumors and our environmental decay and this awful world that we've built, and it start to let human nature evolve, no matter how radical or scary or unnatural or horror-esque it seems, like through the images of characters performing weird mutilation surgeries on themselves, or like a dude with like 100 ears doing techno dancing and stuff that he does. Like the imagery is just incredible and the effects are awesome. And he just goes, look, maybe you should just let your body adapt, and, you know, you should do it with someone you love, and you should film it. And yeah, it's a really moving message to me, coming from like an old timer like this, who is just, he's just a legendary filmmaker, still willing to pull his own innards out for us to all gaze at and look at in disgust. And yeah, just the fact that people like this, and I would compare him with like Paul Schrader and Abel Ferreira. It's so cool that we have these guys around, like still making movies in their late era. And yeah, they're getting lower budgets, so they look a little cheaper. Some of the writing can feel a little bit more stilted. They're definitely doing like location work inspired by where they can get like random tax credits around the world. Cronenberg even ends this movie on an iPhone shot, which I won't spoil what it is, but like this man is like 79 years old and he's as experimental as he's ever been. Yeah. And also hammering home his message as good as he has, in my opinion. And yeah, unfortunately, I know that Jamie said he didn't feel it. For me, I felt this one a lot. I felt like here's an old guy who's still making art in a dying world. And I totally felt that perspective in the Vigo character and his relationship with his artist partner, and it's very, very cool and very classic Cronenberg, but mixed in with like a new digital style. And I can't wait to see whatever he's apparently making something else now. Oh, he's just out of retirement now. So that's sick. It has to be on the list for me. Yeah. I'm looking forward to whatever he's coming out with next. I mean, I love Cronenberg. I still really like the movie. I just, I didn't feel it as much, and I'll probably retackle it one day. My number 2 is The Northman, directed by Robert Eggers. I loved this. I do think that it needed more dong at the end. That's probably my biggest hang-up, to be honest. That's the biggest issue. That is my big. If they went full hammer, while they're swinging their hammers, I would have been just like, let's go, 5 out of 5. This is great. This is masculine filmmaking right here. But Let's go, baby.
No, I love the it's a simple story. It's Hamlet essentially. And I guess this was the original version of that story, which I didn't find out until after I watched the movie. So that was cool to discover that story was as old as it was. I love the way that the camera flows in this. I mean, the fighting in it is so brutal, but the camera work just kind of slowly flows through all of that brutality. And I love that the mixture of those two, kind of like the pacing of the actors fighting each other in such a brutal and aggressive way, but then the camera just floating in all of that violence. Like, for instance, there's a really great village takeover kind of near the beginning when he isn't on his journey to avenge his father quite yet, or at least he's taken a detour with his new life before he goes out and does that. And it's just unbelievably brutal watching like the whole village be taken over. They have kind of a come and see reference where some of the villagers are put into a barn with a hay rooftop, and it's burned, but it's just I think it's the way that the camera flows in between everything that I find really intriguing and kind of hypnotizing. Then, like you said when you were mentioning it, he has a lot of discoveries along the way that kind of destroys his image of his father and really his mission and what he's been doing for so many years. But it doesn't. It's kind of, he discovers it's also all he knows, so he just kind of doubles down and keeps going. It's got all the classic tropes that you would get with a vengeance movie. Revenge is bad, that kind of thing. It will lead to your destruction, all of that. But I just love its poetic imagery and its use of mythology within the Viking mythos. And I do like that he dives into a little bit of the supernatural elements too. You have like Bjork playing this kind of witch character. They go in and out of these visions that seem like subjective to him, but then at the same time built into the world itself, because everyone kind of believes in these religious ideas. So it's very interesting, and I really, really love it. So just needed more Dong. That's all. I don't know what to say other than that, So The Northman, number 2.
The Northman, baby. And if my math is correct...
Yeah, we both have the same number 1, I believe.
We have the same number 1 again. Yeah, what's going on?
That's probably... What is it?
Jamie and I do not coordinate this, by the way.
No.
We intentionally do not tell each other any of our top 10s ahead of time so that we can get some natural surprises. Like, for example, I did not know that Limbo was going to be as high on his list. It's a happy surprise.
Yeah, I love it.
As always, I can through process of elimination on my list, I'm going to assume that both of our number 1s is Nope.
Yes, it
directed
is.
by Jordan Peele.
Yes, it is.
Movie of the year, baby.
Yeah,
movie of the year, just in general for me,
It's-
not just genre movie of the year. Yeah.
And he uses so many genres together too. Like, he's got the pseudo-western kind of thing going. He's got the science fiction. He has horror elements when it comes to the actual, when the, I guess, UFO is revealed to be what it is, and everything else. He's just diving into so many different genres and doing it so lovingly and with such detail. And not to mention just like the meta quality of filmmaking itself. They're out to try and get that one ultimate shot of the UFO, the one that will definitively say like they are out there. It's not some low resolution video that someone made and put up on YouTube. Like we have the shot that will change the world and how we look at it. And so I loved all of that. I thought that was great. It's a film kind of about his love of filmmaking. He still has some cynicism about the industry, but it really does feel like this is something he really lovingly crafted, and I loved it, every minute of it. I've actually been rewatching it. I didn't get a chance to finish it, but I'm about like an hour and a half in, and I am very, very confident that this is the best genre movie of the year. If not, maybe my favorite entirely. I'm not really. If I'm thinking about some of the dramas that I've watched so far, this is still my favorite, I think. So really good.
Yeah, no, same here. Because like obviously, you know, most people will be familiar with Jordan Peele, the sketch comedy, dude turned horror filmmaker. He did films like Get Out and Us, and this is sort of, you know, in a similar realm, you could argue, where that, you know, he's trying to take, you know, sort of like playful, high concept genre exercises and merge them with, you know, sort of a emotional, historical, sort of political metaphor that he's making a little bit. Like with Get Out, you had kind of like the body snatchers depiction of systemic racism, of even our, like, you know, sort of like rich, liberal leaning households. And you also have like, you know, the Us, which had kind of like a home invasion quality to it, but then turned into like a full-blown like chud subterranean apocalypse dating back to the Reagan era, about, you know, the relationship to those who live beneath us and maybe our comforts coming at their expense. And this one, I'm going to assume most people have seen it, but just in case we happen to be recommending this to someone who hasn't seen it, Daniel Kaluuya, Keke Palmer, two great performances.
Yes.
Playing brother and sister OJ and M. Haywood, who inherit their father's horse handling business, Haywood Hollywood Horses, which is a black-owned ranch that specifically trains horses for film productions and has for many decades. And they claim to be descendants of the horse jockey, who was filmed by Edward Muybridge in the first piece of motion picture film that most anyone who's, you know, taken a film class has probably seen, of the, you know, the guy riding the horse, collapsed into a couple different pictures. And when their father, played by Keith David, who owns the ranch, is killed in a freak accident where objects like fall from the sky, including like a coin penetrates his skull, and the business starts to kind of go under. They have to take over, and they start having to sell off their horses to like a local Western sort of like kiddie theme park ranch. And as he's doing that, he starts to notice that the horses are starting to be sucked into the sky by what appears to be a UFO. And that kicks in like a series of, you know, bizarre events in the mission to, as Jamie put it, to capture this thing on film. And yeah, for me, it's just like, this I do think is his best movie, and I think it's his best movie because he's been getting better. Like, he already was an intelligent writer right from Get Out. You already knew the guy knows his genre. He knows how to weave character. He knows how to weave, you know, suspenseful situations. He knows how to get his metaphors into like a physical, literal reality of his film. But as an image maker, in my opinion, with each film, he has literally just been getting stronger as a director and how to actually pull those ideas out and turn them into pieces of legitimate like pulp entertainment in this way. And like, that's the thing I'll say is like, Nope has a lot of amazing ideas to it, but it's also just a great piece of science fiction, like alien horror.
Oh, yeah.
That takes notes from, you know, it has some of that economical camera movement and unbearably patient suspense that Steven Spielberg had. And there's definitely a reason people are comparing this to like Close Encounters and Jaws a little bit.
Yeah, they
both
even,
the sort of like
they even have a shot
ahead.
with the four lights off in the distance before, you know, you recognize, like, is this a UFO? What am I looking at? That kind of thing. And I believe that's right out of Close Encounters. So
yeah, and then with Jaws, you have like the assembling a team to take down this monster, right?
Yeah.
And you know, to like that kind of quality as well. But you also have a little bit of like War of the Worlds in there, and you have a little bit of like Shyamalan Signs with the alien stuff as well. You even get Kaluuya doing at one point the Tom Cruise run, framed in a oneer, looking up at the sky, which is like straight into War of the Worlds. Like, I thought about that shot where Tom Cruise is running through the street and all the people are just getting vaporized into ash around him.
Yeah.
Like, Kaluuya almost does that shot in this film, but like with a UFO in the clouds above him chasing him down. So just like, God, on a pure like visual spectacle level, in terms of the way he uses screen space and camera movement and suspense, like the handheld IMAX oneers that they're doing, where, you know, like where the camera will glance up at the sky and see something and then immediately peer down because they don't want to look at it and stuff like that. Like, it's really, really tense stuff on that level. And then you get into the metafictional monster movie stuff with, again, we won't spoil it, but it has a pretty unique and awe-inspiring kind of design when we eventually find out what this UFO is. But it also sees Peele going back further than just like Spielberg and Shyamalan. Like, he goes back almost to like, as Jamie mentioned, like the Westerns and the B science fiction with like the 50s flying saucer imagery, the adventure movies, and something like King Kong is something I thought about a little bit as well, because that has all these characters trying to perform a mission to like capture this thing and obviously present it a little bit as entertainment.
Right.
Because for King Kong, they want to strap him up and sell tickets to go see a show. For them, I do like that he kind of makes his characters a little morally dubious, that they're, obviously they're being threatened by this UFO that's sucking things up and killing people. But at the same time, they are more interested in just capturing the photo and being part of movie history. And in terms of what they actually like again, it has a real palpably felt awe for showmanship and spectacle, and it's made by a guy who clearly is in love with movies and wants to be involved in that process and that history the way that these characters do. But he has the burden of knowledge of the tacky monetary industry and the history of exploitive, gruesome horror that has made that stuff tick for a century. And like that element of it is what really, I think, makes it the number one for me. Like I like the fact that he's making me feel that idea through just incredible self-reflexive imagery. As a movie dork, I was just like swooning, like the analog versus digital stuff, like having the cinematographer character like played by Michael Wincott, who's like this pretentious dude who they need to bring in because the UFO keeps causing like blackouts and brownouts, so they need him to bring his analog film camera to shoot it. And just his deep voice where he's like, "Flying Purple People Eater," where it's like an intense rendition of Flying Purple People Eater over top of like actual like Western Vista landscape imagery, like a fucking John Ford movie or something. Like he is merging so many different kinds of films in this. It actually blew my mind, and doing it very cogently, in my opinion, with just like the artist versus the spectator, the primal versus the technical, like just, going back to, being a black artist and wanting to be involved in movies, going all the way back to like the original black cowboy, like riding a horse. And, then doing, you have the amazing Western Vista imagery, but then you have Stephen Yeun's character who runs like the souvenir shop amusement park version of that, that has like a chintzy, like spaghetti Western score to it that eventually in the finale gets used as like the real actual rousing swelling score. Which is just fucking like insane. Like, and you have images like UFOs sucking up horses. One of the craziest images of the entire year, a white farmhouse being soaked in blood rain, being raining spewed blood, out of the UFO. Raining blood. I saw that in the Academy Ratio IMAX shot I saw of that they played here was ridiculous. The camera didn't even have to tilt up to see the UFO. Like it was just all in one shot. You saw this thing just raining blood, and just that the entire digestion sequence in general. Like
terrifying. All
the people you see getting sucked up into it and the imagery that he conceives of it, it's horrible. And then you throw in the stuff with Stephen Yeun and Gordy, like the history of animal abuse, not just like chimps involved in movie productions, but also in movie history. Horses were the number one casualty of the movie industry for like probably the first half of its existence. Like I forget how many horses they killed on Ben-Hur, but it was a lot.
We also talked about Cutthroats 9, and they have horses like just barreling down hills, like attached to each other and shit. It is wild stuff. Yeah. So it's just how much like history and passion for film that he has somehow turned into like a genuine piece of like just pop science fiction horror. Because that's the thing that ultimately blows me away about this. Like I think this is a really thematically and emotionally rich film that I get a lot out of, and it's a great exercise in thinking through and feeling through these ideas that he clearly has. But it's also just like, in my opinion, it's just a fun adventure movie at the same time. Like it's just spectacular to watch. The imagery is just amazing. Yeah, it's just a solid science fiction film. Yeah, if you don't even want to go into like reading into the meta aspects of his like filmmaking and his love for the industry, or not his love for the industry, but the love for filmmaking itself and his cynicism towards the industry, you can really just watch this on a on a simple science fiction level of a group of people trying to capture a UFO and trying to save their farm. So like, I just love.
Although the only issue is if you don't think about it on an ideas level, you will get people, and I have seen a lot of people do it, being like, "What's the point of the Gordy stuff?
Oh,
I don't,
sure.
Like, why is that in there? Cut that out. Like, why is that even part of the movie?" And I'm like, well, it's all worth it for the IMAX sequence where the monkey goes fucking ape shit, and it's a credible horror sequence where the monkey just fucking kills tons of the cast member of like that the young Stephen Yeun playing Jupe is seeing, and that cut from that sequence to Stephen Yeun's face where he's kind of like putting on like this sort of presentable smile like he's about to go put on a show in this cowboy getup,
and the monkey was
and
presenting himself as a friend for him moments before he loses his face, so
gets taken down. Yeah. Well, and like that to me is the movie summed up. Like it is straight up like, here is the horrible abuse of this industry and the violent consequences of it, and here's someone who experienced it and witnessed it firsthand, and then cut to here's a guy who, despite knowing that, he has a passion for it and he wants to be involved with it anyway. And he's going to go out and he's going to put on his little chintzy Western show that he's going to do, where he's going to sell slushies while he's, having all these kids watch these aliens come from outer space and swallow up a horse.
Yeah.
And it's just like that. It's the key to the movie. And I think on some level, you got to kind of get that, I think.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
We also, once again, for this film and for many of the films we talked about on the top 10, we did do a bonus transmission over on the Patreon for every single one of these. So if you felt like, we maybe didn't say enough about any of these films,
we already have.
Definitely go there and do that. And also, the movies were a little bit fresher when we were doing that as well.
Yeah.
So I would recommend, because I can't even get into all the very specific reasons that I really think that Nope is just the best. But yeah, this was the only 5 I gave out this year. This was the 5 for me. So
yeah, it was almost there for me. It's fantastic. Definitely check it out. Without a doubt, my number 1. So Jordan Peele does it again.
Hell yeah. Jordan Peele, baby. All right. Well, once again, we have went too long on a top 10 episode, or top 10 episodes. I'm already delirious. Top 10 genre movies of the year episode. Thanks so much for listening. If you've listened to the whole 4-hour extravaganza,
you crazy bastard.
And I don't know. What do we do at this point? What do we say?
We're done. That's it.
My brain
Next
is melting. That was so many movies.
We're talking. You can introduce this. We're doing a big month.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. What's going on? Movies are coming.
We're talking about a kicking gentleman, man that loves to use his.
Oh
feet.
yeah. Okay. I guess we got to do that.
We'll just do it quick because I'm exhausted.
Yeah. So that wraps it up. That was the top 10 best genre movies of 2022. Once again, if you want to hear more of us talk about these kinds of films throughout the entire year, we do bonus transmissions all year long. It will be going into 2023. We will be talking about all kinds of genre movies. For next week, over on the bonus feed exclusively for the patrons, we are going to be starting off. It's time.
Oh yeah.
It's the 50th year anniversary of the show. So we felt like we had to do something special to kick that off. And it's something we've had a couple patrons like mention that we should do something like this. And we've kind of had this kicking around as an idea ever since we did Dolph Month. So just think of this as kind of like a bit of a sequel to Dolph Month, where we talked about all the films of Dolph Lundgren that we could cover in a month. And for January 2023, the 5th year of Sleazoids, we are going to be doing Jean-Claude Van Damme-uary,
yes,
or for short, January. We are going to be talking about the cinema of Jean-Claude Van Damme from his early days. Like next week, we are going to be talking about Bloodsport and Kickboxer exclusively on the Patreon. We're going to be talking about, his a little bit of his career leading up to those films and how he broke onto the scene, his athleticism, his beauty, his action craft, everything about him, his incredible accent, his strange choice of line deliveries at times. We're going to be talking about all that. And then we are going to be chronologically going through many of the films that we haven't covered yet, because luckily we have actually covered a decent amount of Jean-Claude, unlike with Dolph, which we hadn't previously talked about him that much. With Jean-Claude, we've already talked about like Hard Target, Double Team, Cyborg, things that, probably another one too that I feel like I'm missing. We've talked about a few, but we are going to be going chronologically. So in 2 weeks' time with a special guest, we are going to be talking about Lionheart and Double Impact. And to just keep it all going so you guys have time to watch, we are also going to be doing an episode on Time Cop and Sudden Death, his Peter Hyams films, the father of John Hyams, who got a name drop on this episode. And then we are going to be talking about Jean-Claude doing Hong Kong directors. We're going to be talking about Maximum Risk and Knockoff.
Hell yeah.
So that is what you can expect over the next 3 to 4 weeks, over the next month of the show. And there might be also a surprise finish at the very end, which I won't spoil, but we're still figuring out exactly what we're going to do. But Jean-Claude Van Damme-uary or January, whichever you prefer, that is coming to you starting next week. 2023, baby. We're kicking it off. We're literally kicking it off.
Split kicking it off. Let's go.
Split kicking our way into 2023 with our man Jean-Claude. So look forward to that. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we have some special guests joining us for that I'm excited to have on for the first time.
Yeah.
But that being said, that wraps it up for everything this week. Thank God. What is it? Thanks for what do we say here?
Thanks.
Keep it sleazy.
Keep it sleazy, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.